And hello everyone, we are live. Getting ourselves set up for the day. And we're going to be on Richard again today. Hope everyone's doing well. Get ourselves logged in, get ourselves set up for the day. I believe the debates are tonight for commissioners. So we'll see how that goes. What number am I? Oh, I got 3. That's amazing. Any... There we go. Apparently pays have been increased. Uru's open. Make sure I'm still clocked in. Let me just clock out and clock back in. There we go. Get on to the radio. Pockets. Oh, I didn't have any food left. Hello, everyone. Guessing no one else is on duty. We are going to head to get some food in city. But yeah, we're back on Richard today, getting some legal. Well, there's the legal stuff need to get done. And we've got the debates tonight as well, which I don't know where the debates are happening. The commissioner, but obviously it'll be an interesting one to watch from a legal point of view. And Tom will have watched it from a what do you call it point of view. Tom would have watched it from the TV. I also need to change my setting for the microphone. The radio.
Looking forward to some peace and quiet this weekend.
But yeah, it's going to be a good day today. Going to get busy. I hope anyway, legal wise. Sundays are always very much a legal busy day. Although Richard's not able to do, I won't be back online on Richard or Tom until Wednesday after this. So we'll have to see. But we'll get our food. I've gone down the wrong way. I know, I was going the right way. Go into this car park here. Hello?
Striker, come here. Last office, first floor.
You're very quiet, so I can't hear what you're saying.
Hey, come to the last office, first floor, and come.
I'll be there soon, I'm just getting some food.
Ah, cool.
Hello.
Is that Anya?
The one and only?
Very Russian.
I'm only scary when I have to be, okay? And you only need to be scared if you fucked up.
Does it keep my speed? Yes, it does. That's so nice. So when I've come out of a car and then gone back into it, it keeps my speedometer. Which is very good. Floating car. Thought Halloween was last week.
I won't lie, today is probably gonna be the shittiest fucking Sunday I've ever had in my life.
You gotta be optimistic.
My optimism died, like, early on today.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I won't lie, that actually made me feel a bit better.
Happy to help.
10 out of 10 service, give this man a promotion.
Hello there.
One stroker. Wait, Ava, quick question. Did you do that, that robbery, of a... It was, you've got, you do have something on MDT. Stroker,
Yes.
do you know what I can tell them off the MDT?
Nothing, I'm guessing.
If you've been given access to it, you can talk about it.
Alright, cool. What, to this, to the person involved, or what?
If they are your client, it's a client, attorney-client privilege.
Kennedy, send me $1 real quick.
Me.
Both of you. Just so it's kind of like, yeah.
What's your name on my phone again?
Fuck, should be Alice
James
JGN.
Gibbs.
Yeah, so you have a, my phone's got ballistic right now.
You say I'll give you $1?
Yeah. There we go. Right, yeah, so Ava, you've got a warrant out for your arrest. Well, Ava Spoochie, Vanji, and your DNA was found on scene apparently. So
No. So you don't have the whacker of the officer?
So it doesn't have anything on there about murdering someone?
I don't think so.
Cool.
Well, I can
That's-
read.
Awesome. Well, I might be calling you soon then.
Oh God, what have you done?
Nothing.
It's more like
Yet.
what I done.
What have you done?
Nothing. If you're about law, we could use you as a lawyer.
We might need you.
Okay. I will be the Kennedy's lawyer.
I love that. How much do you need paying? She can pay.
We've got our own personal lawyer. The
Oh,
Kennedy sisters.
okay. Ezra's got something on your MDT, buddy. I must say that.
Yeah, but mine will be the same thing, surely.
Yeah, wanted for an art gallery where Officer Mulholland was taken hostage at knife point. You took Mulholland as knife point.
Hold on a second.
Wait,
that
I
shouldn't
thought
be
you-
on there anymore. I got arrested for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you served your time for that.
When you go down PD, then.
Yeah, when I get arrested, I'll call you. Because
Okay.
I feel like I got arrested for that yesterday, so they won't do me for it. Because what they'll do, they'll look at the recent charges and put them one to one together. Because yesterday I looked like 100 odd months.
I mean, we can
Please,
always go to
let's see.
PD now and just sort it and get your
Let's
car
go
back.
PD. Let's go get this sorted.
And get arrested.
Yeah, fuck it. What are you gonna do?
Arrest us.
Well, at least we've got a good lawyer.
Yeah, but I'm looking at 60 months. I didn't wake up to get sent straight to jail.
What do you mean? They could potentially turn around and say that I murdered a cop.
I feel like this is just for your benefit, really.
I think it's funny.
Oh yeah, it's very common bus, isn't it?
Yeah,
Have you got your four-door car?
I do, yes.
Yeah, we'll take that. I ain't got my car. I have a little rapid two-door.
I mean, I've got a two-door if you wanted to go in separate cars.
Yeah, yeah, go in separate cars. Me and Richard will go in my rapid car.
Okay.
Oh, Richard, I'm not. Absolutely flooring it, mate.
Well, not just that, they're on the opposite side of the road.
You want it if you know. Drug, you don't tell anyone about how I drive, by the way. Understand?
Well, we're not each other's lawyers, so...
Oh my god.
What's up?
Oh God, sorry. Just sisterly love, you know.
I've just had my two front teeth reinserted in my gums.
You're welcome. What's that?
I'm gonna do it anonymous so they don't know who I am. Otherwise, PD freak out if they see my name.
What's what?
The thingy that you're doing.
Right, so you've been arrested for that warrant then?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
What was it?
read text. Got the F1.
Israel, can you just like stop committing crimes?
Dad, need money. Get bored. Rob stuff. That is it. He sums up my life.
Can I just say, at least you'll have a very busy life now that you've got the James Kennedy sisters under your wing.
Yeah.
Because we always definitely don't do crime.
Almost definitely.
Definitely.
I'm
You
just
taking
a
this
poke
out of
for
me?
you. I'm just taking a poke for the MDT, I can't know.
That's fine.
It can't be that bad, surely.
574, but
Boom! Record.
Is that reports?
That's good.
I bet I only have like a couple.
Yeah, you got 9.
Yeah.
574.
It's gonna make
5
that
minutes.
150 tonight.
474.
434, did you say?
Oh,
Yeah,
So
so
I'm not even at 500.
not yet, not yet.
Right, noted.
it
Oh,
will be tonight.
We've got a busy night ahead.
Have I?
We do. And we'll probably won't get caught because actually she's driving for one of them, so yeah, we'll get caught.
Who the fuck is Tessa Tickle, man?
Testicles.
I don't think the PD people on the top. Oh.
Sonny!
Oh,
I
nice.
hear me. Sorry,
Well,
Sonny's
hi.
unavailable. Oh.
He's always available for me, don't worry, Owens.
Always available.
Why have you
Just
come
have to
out
go
in a
there.
dressing gown?
I can help you guys.
Is that Gio?
So on the MPT, there's apparently she served her warrant. She's been arrested for her warrant already, and I think it's still on there.
So, I'll run you down. People tried to arrest me. I got battered unlawfully, absolutely sent into the nether room by one swing of a baton. Anyone want to sell me one? 1 mil. Go in there for a baton.
Sweet to be after. Anyway.
Okay, sorted.
So which one is
That's
it,
not
sorry?
my commissioner.
It's a marker on her. Says wanted for a 1090 art gallery, but Officer Mulholland was taken hostage at knife point.
I got arrested though, like yesterday, and I'm pretty sure the charges would have been on that. Surely, right?
Yeah, probably. Well, I'll remove it. You've been arrested anyway, they can't charge you with it again. So there you go.
Sorted. Can I just
Anything
say
else?
you guys look amazing today?
Isabel, stop it.
Sorry.
I'm trying to be professional nowadays.
Are you missing Harper yet?
I am.
Oh,
Who?
Harper.
Who's that?
Your commander-in-chief, my
Oh,
soon-to-be
yeah.
wife.
Is that
Oh,
soon
I
to be
thought she was
after
with
me?
Monty.
Miss Kennedy.
Yeah.
I was trying to tempt a man with absolute disgust. I would
I'm-
never
I'm
cheat
not
on
a-
my soon-to-be wife, not my wife, not even fancy. Heidi Harper.
I'll send you some of their photos later
Oh,
and it will
Christ,
change your
gotta
mind.
You need to send them to me. I need
sorry,
them from
anything else, guys?
birchbirds.com.
right.
Yeah,
Is that
Can we get a
warrant
car
back?
proof
Either.
Yeah, that's taken
Oh, yeah.
off. What
I
car
knew
is
a
it?
Colin.
That's not
What
on
car is it? Did you say Krieger's
Sunrise.
not happening? Okay, you can have Sunrise.
No, Sunrise Abflug.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. You gotta talk to CD.
Sorted.
I'm checking if you can first.
Good deal. I got arrested for the bank, which
Yes,
was
Isabel, have you got an
Online.
ID
No
card on
notes,
you?
you're all good, it's rock and roll.
Why are you asking me for ID? I am the ID. Do you really think
What
someone would
ID?
want to impersonate me?
Right, you have ID. okay.
Eva.
Who the fuck
Um,
is James?
Why would I?
James
excuse me?
Kennedy. Not you.
I was about to say.
James Kennedy. When was that thing?
I'm about to change my name for James Kennedy. Burker, should I change my name to James Kennedy?
I don't know.
Oh, fuck. You disappeared.
Mark Robertson.
Woman.
Hey, beautiful.
You always give him your last name. Every time.
Oh, what are you on about? It's hers. She said to do that way.
Isabel, mate. What's the policy?
Yolando!
I don't know. It's a random, so isn't it?
Who
James
knows
Gibbs.
how to put a gif on Birdie?
You just do it or not?
Yeah, Richard Striker, what's up?
You just do it.
Oh my god.
You copy the link and then put
Yeah,
it
yeah,
into
yeah,
photos or something.
Yeah,
Back
I've did
on
that, but it's
Richard
coming on the
Striker.
black screen. I'm gonna message someone and
Right,
see how
right.
it works.
Actually, go to City Hall. We'll be there in a sec.
What?
Alright, cool. Yeah, be a sec.
See, that's what it comes when I send it to you.
Are we in touch?
I'm fine with my warrant.
If you need someone, just give me a bell.
An hour and a half. We'll give you a call. Goodbye.
See you in an hour.
Try my new image.
Are we taking the piss out of his baby ears, bro?
Yeah, does oh shit, let's go. Does she want that 500 melt scrap? Alright, cool. Right, bye. Right.
I can walk myself.
How'd I put you down? There we go. Lando.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello.
Richard, can I speak to you, please?
Yes, you can. If you want to come into an office.
Cheers, mate.
How can I help you?
So it's about one of the lawyers here. I don't know if you're the one that I need to talk to, or do I need to wait for a higher up?
Depends on what the issue is with you, the lawyer.
The person keeps calling me asking for evidence. I spoke to a judge yesterday, Judge McBlain, I believe his name is. I've handed over the evidence, and he said that he'll speak to someone, but he keeps calling me like non-stop.
Okay. Is this involving a Dennis? Oh, not a Davis, sorry. Mr. Davis.
Yeah.
I believe that is my case, but I don't know why another lawyer would be contacting you about it.
Yeah, it's to do with that case.
What lawyer is it that's contacting you?
James Gibbs. He's rang myself a number of times, like every day, and he's rang my boss as well.
Okay. Well, he himself is a acting DA, so he has the rights to track down evidence for any defence.
Okay, because I spoke to the judge yesterday and basically said the person's not like on duty. When we get the records for the person, then we'll hand it over. I handed it over to the judge last night around 7.
Okay. Well, yeah, I put in a Freedom of Information Act request for some information. My client asked Davis himself for his medical records for the incident, which we already have. It's just we're waiting on the PD side of things.
Okay. Because yeah, James keeps ringing me and basically asking, "Where's this MDT for? Like the medical information for the person?"
Yes. That most likely would be a judge to deal with, because obviously he as a DA can try and expedite getting information, but he would have to put in the paperwork to get that.
Okay.
Whereas for myself, I've already put paperwork in. I'm just waiting on getting that back.
Yeah, because I emailed over, should have it on this computer or the other computer over there, to the judge about all the paperwork for the incident.
Yep, I'll be able to get access to that once I've talked to the judge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let the judge know that obviously the DA has been acting a bit erratic on the situation.
Yeah. I just thought I'll bring it to one of your guys' attention, but obviously not him.
Yeah, definitely. You've brought it to the right person because I'm the one on the other side of. Well, I'm the one. How do I explain this? It's a civil case, so I'm the one dealing with the case against the PD.
Yeah, because I believe the judge said to me yesterday that you're the one dealing with the case. That's why I asked if you were on duty, because I know because you told me yesterday that you were dealing with it.
So at the moment, I'm only on duty Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wasn't available yesterday. I put the paperwork in requesting it on Friday just gone, so I was hoping to
Yeah.
get it all back today.
Yeah, the reason why it was so late was our medical records had a meltdown.
Yeah, indeed. It's understandable, obviously, technical issues and stuff.
Yeah.
We know we have some technical issues on our side from the request for medical records, but that's a case of I believe you yourselves, the LSMS, don't have access to get people's proper CSN numbers and stuff on scene. You just go off names.
Yeah, we just got off their names that we're given.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a muddled up with it's the incorrect spelling of the name plus incorrect CSN for our side, but it's the information that we need in detailed in the report.
I believe on the medical record it does say his date of birth, etc.
Yes.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's got everything on there. I can have a look at I've got a copy myself, so I've got all that on a document.
Yeah.
As for so I've put in a freedom of information request for the information. Once I've got the information back, I can then hand it over in discovery to the other side. They shouldn't be hounding you for anything.
Okay. Because literally our consultant paramedic was a bit worried because he got given it and he's never sort of dealt with this.
Yeah. Also, it's a HIPAA violation if you give him the medical records without correct authorization.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if you know what the HIPAA laws are.
No.
Everyone's medical under the new system, under the new legal system, everyone's medical records is private and confidential, unless them themselves, unless them themselves say, obviously, my client said I could have a copy of the records.
Yeah, because we did sort of ask the sort of paramedic if that's what you guys said, and he said yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, yeah, Gibbs is definitely way out of line on this. I'll let the judge know, and I'll. Do I have your number?
I don't believe so. Yeah, mate.
There you go.
Cheers.
So yeah, I'll be able to let you know what the judge says, and obviously thank you for coming with that, because they don't have the rights to see any information unless my client says they can.
Oh, okay. It's just because he called me and my boss and was like, is your higher up on duty, like, we need this MDT so I can have a look over it. I mean, that's what he said to me, but I don't know what he said to my boss.
Yeah, he's just stepping way out of line on that. If you wish to file a formal complaint on that, it would have to be another judge, because obviously I'm on one side, he's on another side. It'd have to be a third-party judge or a third-party lawyer that's not involved on either side of the case. Yeah, or just go direct to the judge to file a complaint.
Since Thursday till now, he's called me every day. And I think my boss is going to be a lot worse for the calls.
Yeah, what I would suggest, obviously can't officially be a lawyer for that, but get a copy of, like, a photograph of the call records of obviously how many times he's called, and any text messages, and that'll obviously be officially you can put on a complaint with the judge about him.
Okay, I don't know if he has sent me any texts.
Let me just have a radio through and see if a judge is available.
No, it's only just.
Is there a judge on duty today?
Not at the moment. I think McBlain is gonna be around later.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, so McBlain will probably be around later.
Ah, okay.
And obviously you'll be able to officially file a complaint, and obviously you've got the proof of the call logs.
I won't lie though, all the fucking elections that are making me for these fucking flooded imposters, and it's annoying.
Well, yeah, like I say, thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. Obviously, going forward, anything if anyone apart from the official person is asking you for medical records, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I just didn't know if I was doing the right thing or not. Come and speak to someone, so that's why I thought I'd come speak to like someone that's dealing with a case and
Yeah.
go from there. See what they say.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, thank you very much.
No worries, mate. Enjoy the rest of your night.
You too? You sticking with the pink hair for a little bit, or?
Yeah, might as well.
Well, I was thinking of maybe shaving for November.
Me bald. Yeah.
That could be interesting. Dye your hair pink one month, shave it the next month.
Literally. Shave my beard next. I'll get called a baby.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Yep, stay safe. Oh, that was interesting.
What was it about?
I can't discuss that. Wish I could.
Fair enough.
But, yeah. You know when this debate thing is and where it is?
Fuck knows. Looks like I've got the Kennedys as I'm technically their lawyer now, so yay.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I don't know if I can go down and represent themselves though. I don't know. I need to double check with.
Well, basically, what it means now is you can't take any cases against them as a DA.
Yeah, that's why I just sent to Sonny saying, mate, Kennedy and Ava are now under my jurisdiction. Well, not jurisdiction, but like they're under my. I'm technically their lawyer now, so I can't really take any cases against them.
Yeah.
I can't really do any cases against authority as well, because isn't Isabel Kennedy part of authority?
No, that's not a conflict of interest if they're not involved.
Okay, good.
And then if you go down and become a full DA and you can't be a privatized lawyer, you would have to drop them and get them to waive. I believe the judge may be able to waive any pre-existing or previous conflicts.
Good, Bob. I might switch to fucking defense, but don't know. I'll need to think about it. It'll probably be a bit until I have my fully fledged DA anyway. So
Yeah, I'm need to talk to McKendrick later for a case.
what's it about?
It's the IA thing that I was talking to you about. McKendrick, yeah, McKendrick can take it further with him being the full DA. I'm guessing there's not a judge on duty there.
He's flying. He's flying in. I got some questions surrounding.
Yeah.
I have a question. How do you put text down like that on the? How do you inscribe stuff onto walls?
You get your notepad out and think of this scene.
Oh, sick. Oh.
Thought I put a good TV show on.
How do you get rid of the text anyway? Or rid of the scribe?
You obviously need to clean it.
What do you think for that?
So you think about cleaning and scene remove. Is that a VHS player? I think they're VHS players in the corners.
It just shows you how old Angus is, bruv.
Well, they don't have microphones that are working, so it just shows how old the technology is. And that's why the screens don't work, because we don't have VHS tapes to plug everything in.
Shit, I've got a Halloween kitchen up on me right now.
A Halloween kitchen.
Yeah, I've got a Halloween kitchen up on me right now.
Well, wouldn't that be class 0? And that would be
Shush.
illegal.
Shush. It's nearly done anyway, so I'm gonna go put it in the waste bin. Should I sit in judge? Should I sit in this chair? See what he says.
I would suggest not,
Oh,
because he's
fuck,
already
oh,
done.
shit. Oh,
Hi, Dream Team.
Hello.
Hello there.
What's Justice about?
He's flying in now. What's up?
Justice. The man, the myth, the legend.
Shit.
How's it going?
I'm literally just walking up. How we doing?
Yeah, fantastic. I was just asking about you, actually. I need to
Oh, yeah.
discuss our side quest.
Yeah, sure.
Conveniently. In fact, let me double check one more time. I can't get eyes off. Yeah. Since we discussed it, until Jeffrey discussed it. It was when Jeff was drilling that Soka unit yesterday. Well, not LOA, but I've not seen him. Two is actually currently LOA, but he's been in the city loads. Three isn't.
Do you think they'll hold it here? Probably not, because people can't hear.
One's next.
What?
The speech, or whatever it's called, the debate.
No idea.
Pretty consistent. I mean,
My foot, my leg. What?
Don't you have a wheelchair?
I think they're playing the LOA. Yeah.
Do you need medical?
What if I just grill? What if I just grill the chain of command? Like go down. Oh, not 3. I'll try 4. I'll try 5, 6, etc.
Is everything okay, or do you need medical? I'm guessing you're okay.
I'll see what I can do for the side quest on my behalf. Right, yeah, I thought you'd keep you in the loop anyway.
Yeah, all good. What's the date tonight? What time's that on there?
It's supposed to be in 15 minutes time.
And have you got a moderator for it, or do you?
No, you can just, when I say moderate, like I literally mean moderate, like just don't let people chat shit, get disrespectful, talk over each other. Like,
It's hard to do it on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think we will. I think the traffic guy might get a bit wordy, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I don't know. We've said MLPD. Yeah, we'll just do MLPD. Let's do the briefing room. Right, okay, I'll figure it out anyway. Right, so, catch you in a bit. Bye-bye.
James?
Alright, mate.
Yeah, pal.
You really need to stop.
Right, mate.
You're right there.
What?
You heard me.
Am I copying, bruv?
First I wear cowboy hat, you wear it. Now I wear flat cap, you wear it.
Bruv, I've been wearing a flat hat for ages, bruv. Angus, let me speak to you privately, if possible.
Okay.
Same as well, but I'll wait after.
Oh, shit. For some reason my muscles were doing.
Yeah.
So could I? Would I be able to do cell representation? Cells on now.
Yeah.
Ah,
As
cool.
long as you're not going to be the prosecuting DA for that
Yeah,
case.
no, I ain't doing no prosecution for.
In all honesty, James, I'd rather you did as much defence work as you could at the minute, as you need a lot more practice before you can start stepping up as a DA. But
Well, that kind of told you. No offense.
What?
That you just got told. I think you need to do more defense work. But to be fair, it is good work.
I didn't get told that I got to do more defense work. Nah.
You just said you prefer you do more defense work before you become a full DA.
Nah, he said I'm only a training DA, which I am.
I don't know the conversation you had in there, but the conversation you had on the radio.
I didn't say anything on the radio.
No, he just said on the radio that you needed to do more defense work.
Oh, but I can't. I'm not connected to the fucking radio anyway. I haven't got a radio. I don't. Where's the fucking radio?
You talking on the radio then, Judge, he heard not a word because he doesn't have a radio.
right.
Active.
family.
James? Why did you not have a radio?
I think I put it in my office somewhere. I was on the clear out of my in my pockets, and I think I forgot to put it back in.
Right.
What the fuck did he know that I didn't have a radio?
I radioed the thing he said on the radio. You heard not because you didn't have a radio.
Oh, you.
How else did I know what conversation you were talking about?
I know where my radio is.
Don't say it's in the printer.
No.
That's not how you make the printer wireless.
Yeah.
I remember what I did on my radio. I accidentally dropped it under a table and I couldn't get back on, it back basically.
But yes, plugging a radio into your printer does not make your printer wireless.
Oh shit. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll make it.
Have you tried the coffee from that machine?
The what?
The coffee from the machine. Have you tried it? Quite nice.
What are you
It's recently been filled up.
Which one?
The machine that literally says "Be Machine Coffee." That's why I've got this coffee cup.
Bruv, you bugging, bruv.
You want me to get one for you?
Sure. Oh no, you ain't bugging.
There you go. There's a coffee.
Oh shit! What? Hold on, I think we need to think about piss real quick.
Is there an emote for? No. No, there's a headbutt. Not like a. No expressions. All animations. Because it does the ATM sound. I was trying to do it so it didn't. It did another one. I didn't want it to do the sound. Is there another one? Oh, keypad.
Oh.
No, key fob.
Hello.
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 Are you guys at MRPD?
Hello. I'm at MRPD. I don't know about the rest.
Is the debate at MRPD?
Yes.
Oh, it'd be good to know that before.
Oh wait, is it now? What is the debate?
The 7 o'clock mission round.
Grab my car, bro.
On my way. I forgot.
Anyone to say who that wanna checked out?
Was that even English?
Kid.
What if that was not a local?
That was a local.
How do you know that?
Because it wasn't local. I know it was a local because it had a. If it wasn't a local, I wouldn't. My ears would have gone messed up.
Okay.
Oh.
Welcome.
Mr. Barrett, you called?
We've got the
Oh,
debate.
Yeah, it's okay, I've got one tail. Are you...
I'm just gonna call someone.
Yeah, no worries, we're in reception.
Make sure I
Yeah,
got
we're
the-
already here. All of us are here.
Make sure I got the nose on me.
No worries, we're in reception.
Yeah.
Alright.
Where was the announcement about it being here and when?
Sonny Barrett told us.
Did
He told us.
Yes.
It wasn't announced or anything.
No, so it would just be announced to PD.
Oh. Oh. Might be in the meeting room upstairs then.
Hey, do you want to jump with me to go and do that for Angelica?
Hmm?
Do you want to come with me and do that for Angelica?
Yeah, man.
Have we heard anything from the other people before the debate?
No.
Nope.
Interesting. Well, is the commissioner role a public voting, or is it just voting within the police?
Voting within the police.
Interesting.
I don't know if it is. If they've been posting it publicly, I don't know if it is.
Maybe.
Well, apparently also that person that's trying to run for mayor is going to be outside the courthouse at 8:30. For
Yeah,
a
I need to
meeting.
have a chat.
This is a perfect time to talk to him.
Yeah, we need to have a chat with them. I do anyway. Man's been ignoring my calls.
Well, it also sounds like it might be loitering.
Something for
Sorry,
you
I'll phone Alex Pike.
You know, you say you don't have shit to do, now you do.
I mean,
Any officer actually going to let us in? They've all been
Team.
Here we are. How we doing?
Yo, yo.
How we doing? How we doing? Jeff, how's it going? Let's rock and roll. Firstly, you just need it down in cells. After you guys, after you.
Not me, but somebody.
Well, the
I'll
one
go
or two.
down to cells.
Lock that door, please, Mr. Smith.
Oh.
If you're here for the debate,
Are we having
head
this
upstairs to the
upstairs,
briefing
or-
room, please. If you're LSJ, come downstairs with me. There's an interesting gentleman who will need sentencing.
Do you want Judgment Plain downstairs?
If you want to, yeah.
Hey, Judgment Plain, we're in the cells quickly just now if you wanted to. So what am I needed for down there? Barrett just says it's a very interesting individual.
He's not that interesting.
I do believe he said somebody is getting sentenced. Is that wrong though?
Medical treatment which you are receiving, food and drink, a lawyer, and one phone call. These can be exercised at any time during your time during custody. Would you like a lawyer?
No, I'm all good. Right,
Okay,
tell
would
me
you
at
like
the
any
moment.
food
It's
and
alright.
drink?
Go on, go on.
Right, is there anywhere else you're here? Is it just the legs?
Just the legs.
Angus, what in God's name is that?
I'm ready for this debate. What are you on about?
I think that jacket needs burned. Lucky LFB are here, they could put it out for you.
Mechanic, that would look good on you, bruv.
Well, it is nearly Guy Fawkes night. We need something to burn.
Right, well, your shit's like cheap as fuck, so shut the fuck up.
Excuse me.
Green team, can one of you deal with the guilty play?
Can't be Armani.
What is it?
Could we deal with the play? One, just somebody, anybody. Saves us running down to City Hall.
Right, Kendrick, your judge role's getting taken off you, mate.
No! It was an accident.
Yeah, you McKendrick.
You have to excuse me, I'm just taking a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, memories coming flooding back, Jack.
One or two.
Flashbacks.
I used to bollock the armed division for being incompetent.
What's changed?
Finally re-put in shit every 3 days.
He finally took the hint.
Yeah, I bet they'd have him back now. Apparently he's still in a coma, actually.
Anyone else know why Gibbs looks like he's going to try and commit a crime?
He looks like that every day, and I told him yesterday when I was coming outside, I was looking at him and I thought that he was, you know, some very suspicious man. Until I got close and I was like, oh, it is just James. And I told him you should probably change the fucking code.
Well, it's more like the blue gloves as well. Giving me very much Dexter vibes.
Yeah, actually, fair enough. Why the fuck does he have blue? We can't hear you.
I'm not changing shit. Get over
You
it.
are so quiet again. James, fix your shit. Please.
I'm not changing
Wasn't
anything.
Halloween like 4 days ago?
For one.
Oh.
For two, James, I can hear you downstairs. Please stop shouting. It's kind of irritating.
These all stand up to be quiet, so yeah.
Is this supposed to be PD here?
Yeah, that's what...
Allegedly.
I'm not sure any of them know about it.
I will just fly out.
Do they even know they're having a debate?
Yeah, Sonny says it's been held up 5-10 minutes.
He stood right here.
I can do it now while waiting.
Oh, that'd be great if you could. Just get the name up.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, just taking a trip down memory lane.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I
Wait.
distinctly remember you stood at the back.
The rumors are true? Holy shit.
I could DBS you now if you'd
How you
like.
doing, Lexi?
Good, you.
Yeah, well.
Good. Sam McLaughlin, FWO.
FW. Oh, yeah, I've got him. Fresh as it comes.
Love that. Awesome. Thank you.
No,
What are the rumours, Lexi?
That you were back.
Yeah. I've been quite quiet. Not really been up to much.
You haven't
I
been
mean,
very
to
quiet,
be
Jack. I've
fair,
seen
I
you every
don't
single
pay
day for the past
attention
week.
to the gossip, but I just heard he was back. That was the only bit I paid attention to.
Well, look, you don't have to call me Jack anymore. You can call me Delta One.
Christ.
Right. I take it it's a sit anywhere sort of deal.
Sit anywhere. I apologise on behalf of my constituents. I'm not sure where they are.
Yeah, where are the rest of the PD?
I don't know where anybody is, Mr. Space. There was a time. Be there.
I could
I'm
put a
here.
9-9 in.
Where's the other two candidates? It's kind of awkward if they
Holding
don't
Mr.
show.
Barrett hostage in the briefing room.
That would work very well.
Should we give that a while?
I
Set response
wouldn't.
times?
I'm not responsible for what you type on your phone, Mr. Space.
Do you ever look in the shared freezer at work?
No.
For God's sake. I
mean, considering I buy food for that, yeah.
How's that?
Christ, Jeff.
What did he put?
He's holding me hostage.
You actually did that?
Yeah, but I said until I get 20 officers in the room, then I'll let him go.
Oh, here comes one.
In before the
They're not running, are they? Let's be honest.
It's because he's just put disregard, so...
Have you really put disregard?
Yeah, I had to. Come on,
Say
Jack.
Well, now I look like a pussy. Well.
Look at that response time.
Yeah.
I was about to kick off, Jack.
Where you work? Is this it? Is this the arm division right now? Bloody hell.
And I
will
do
stand
think they
at the
might
back.
be busy right now.
So they'd rather be on calls than pick their newest commissioner who may or may not solve a lot of issues.
It's on radio. What the heck am I hearing?
Nathan, thank you.
Ah, you're in trouble. Coming off main, I'm on secondary if you need me. Cookie knows.
How are we all then, people? How are we all?
Not bad.
Good, good, good. Now,
Remember the last time I felt like I was sat in a classroom, I'll be fair.
yeah, fair enough. This room does feel like a lot of good memories here, isn't it, Mr. Owens?
Yeah,
See how engaged he is. There you
of
go.
course. But I've just answered.
You gotta give the buffer some time.
I don't even know where they published it.
Just thought I'd leave that there for a bit. Yeah.
Sorry, do you kiss ass of like commands of every like EMS service? Oh, okay.
No, I thought it does look pretty good there.
I mean, yeah, I'm not denying that, but still,
Yeah.
you got a crush or something.
Thank you. Thank you,
Wanna take him
people.
on a date?
I'm not panicking. I'm just wondering what everyone is. Oh, shit. Okay. If you've got any questions, I'm here. Feel free to ask any questions. I don't know how long the others will be.
Yeah, where's everyone else?
Are you holding the other candidates
question.
hostage?
Definitely not. No, they're currently deployed on a police call. I believe they're currently chasing some firearms.
That's a big issue, by the way. That's something I want to address.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, honestly.
Anyone ask any questions about my campaign whilst we're waiting? May as well. I don't want to take up too much time. I didn't think this would take any longer than 30 minutes, to be honest.
Someone ask him what rank PD will start getting firearms.
Jack, any questions?
Sure. In your leaflet / poster, it says tackling gun crime head on.
Yes.
Does that mean you won't be giving them back to gangs?
Well, I'd like to think that, I'd like to think that Golkman wouldn't be the people that hand out firearms to people, but apparently, according to some, it's standard practice. So,
What does
yeah.
head on exactly mean?
Well, head on is mean taking a more direct approach. Pardon, Mr. Owens?
Well, yeah, but but you're not really answering the question, Mr. Barrett.
Ongoing investigations, but I probably shouldn't.
Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't comment on the ongoing investigations, actually, guys. It's probably a good thing. I mean, everyone here is practically, unless you're not asked, so. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, head on investigations, obviously, you can see one of my policies are to arm the unarmed, which is another way they can start actually tackling gun crime, because currently...
LSMS got a gun. I couldn't agree more.
Well, not exactly LSMS, Mr. Space. This is for the police commissioner position.
Oh.
Remember that, police.
And tell me exactly how handling firearms to every member of PD would stop gun crime.
It allows them to actually counteract the guns that are being shot at them. If they indulge in a firefight themselves, instead of having to stand back and run afraid, because our current method isn't working. There's not enough armed officers. Our armed officers currently aren't attending. Say if you have three shots fired in individual situations going off at once, our team can only deploy to 1 or 2 due to the low numbers. That's something I aim to fix.
So
Yeah,
you're aiming
I
to,
had noticed that over the Halloween events. Holy moly.
you're aiming
Yep.
to stop firearms by catching them whilst they're being used, rather than stopping the, you know, the shipments that are coming in, or stop.
Well, exactly. That's a good point I was going to raise. I think if this method isn't going to work in a favourable manner, there'd be another method, as for example, looking at the source of the firearms themselves. I'm under the impression a lot of gangs can actually craft these firearms themselves. So maybe it's about time we start investigating how they're getting the materials.
You're right.
Pardon, Jack?
Nothing.
Got you. Well, yeah, no, I'm under the impression they craft the firearms, so we need to cut off the supply line.
Firearms given first and then see if that works, but would you not?
100%, because another part of my my policies are to fix SOCA, and currently SOCA aren't working effectively. So I
Like
think
where it's on
immediate
dog shit, isn't it?
action, exactly. Immediately, we need to get firearms on the streets in the hands of police officers in order to counteract criminal firearms. Because they'd rather have legal firearms than illegal firearms. I'm sure we all agree to that. But then we need to get SOCA working properly and then tackling the source of these firearms, the root cause of them.
I've got a question, Mr. Barrett.
Of course, Mr. Space.
Who would head your quality assurance team?
Quality assurance team?
Yeah.
I actually had a quite interesting chat with Mr. Callum Kendrick the other day, and he was like, it should be LSJ, and I couldn't agree more. I think LSJ would take a primary role on that, which is a more intrusive look into our MDTs and system and zone lines of that.
Wouldn't that just be the DA's job anyway?
Well, the thing is, there's not a lot of DAs. So it's either we get more DAs or we bring in a separate team which can quality assure our MDTs. Quality assurance is also to do with corruption or anything along the lines of that, ensuring professionalism from all the officers. So that's one job the quality assurance team will do.
Obviously, Barrett, you've talked about stomping out a culture of corruption. How would you tackle that culture head on?
Well, firstly, the quality assurance team will have the time, hopefully, to investigate any MDTs and dodgy practice. That will allow us to then firstly identify a problem and put in other mitigating factors to avoid corruption at all costs.
That is, of course, if there's an MDT. Right, guys?
That's true, Jack. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Barrett, how does your campaign differ from the other two candidates, and what makes it better?
Good question, Chief Justice. Well, firstly, I pledged a lot of things early on. I took the initiative to approach other businesses. I want to make a collaborative. I want to be a collaborative commissioner working with a lot of people. I don't think, maybe our my constituents might have put on paper that they were going to work with other people, but I actually decided to reach out to people and see the needs of them. I spoke to many small businesses, many large businesses, the LSJ, LSMS, LFB, you name it. I spoke to them. I'm hoping to actually work with these people instead of just saying on paper that I'm actually going to do this. So I think actually taking action on my policies is what makes me different to my constituents.
But you're saying that they're not going to take action.
100%. Or I think not. They won't do it as effectively as me.
Or
you say you're going to try and drive employment to the police. How
100%.
would that stop people coming in and slipping through the gaps? What strategy would you put in place to make sure those police officers are not the ones that are going to start taking the guns to other people or causing more issues in the police?
So your first question, there was two questions there, wasn't there? There was, what are we going to do about recruitment? And then secondly, are we going to ensure these are quality police officers? Is that right?
Yes.
Well, firstly, the LSPA system in the PD is currently flawed. There's not a lot of people that actually do anything as LSPA. You might be LSPA and do, pardon my language, absolutely fuck all with it. A lot of people do that and you leave it to a couple of people who can't manage it on their own. Because LSPA, if it's done by one person, it's a full-time job. It's very difficult. Imagine having to manage 20 people that want to join the PD. And it's their first time ever doing it, getting used to it, and actually teaching them how to do everything effectively. So firstly, we rip up what we've got of LSPA. We come up with a new strategy and a nice workflow in place to ensure that new candidates coming in, firstly given the time and given the experience from another officer to allow them to become a full-time officer themselves. So firstly, we'll get a new strategy of LSPA overall. We'll go through every single process from the interviews to hiring to training, to really just. I quite like a system of mentorship, giving each recruitment a mentor.
On that, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah.
Have you thought about implementing the LSJS SOP?
LSJS SOP?
Yeah.
Explain what that is.
Yeah, it's the Los Santos Jack Space School of Policing.
Do you know what, Jack? Surprisingly, I haven't thought much on that. Would you want to go into detail?
Get on your poster, mate.
Will do, Jack. Will do.
And then let me know, I guess.
Will do. Anyway. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Any other questions, guys?
How do you plan on improving communications between different divisions towards LSMS?
Oh, great question.
Different times of the day, like say in the daytime, it's not too bad, but in the evening, we find a lot of officers. Well, we don't mind the officers bringing them to lower pillbox for treatment because it's not safe. That's understandable. But a lot of the times we have just PD arrive and they don't even tell us they're there. They just wait for Dr. Local to assist them.
Yeah, definitely. So to begin with, I start with and so far. We took a step in the right direction when it comes to communication lines, haven't we, Lexi, Mando?
Yeah.
We've shared radio frequencies, common radio frequencies. You've got them. I've got them. So firstly, I think it's time we remind the officers, because this always happens, and I explained this to LFB. You might have a relationship with the police, or vice versa, and we're supposed to do something for you, you're supposed to do something for us. When you get a kick at the arse, it goes great. It goes so, it's just how it should be. 2 weeks later, it drops off a little bit, and it drops off a little bit more. Then another reminder needs to be put in place. Well, I'm thinking maybe to tackle the issue of this happening, we put a direct SOP in a nice document for people to have a look at, and it quite clearly defines a workflow of how it works. We have an injured suspect. Firstly, we're ready for his LSMS. LSMS available? No. Okay. Right. We'll transport for you. Will you be available at the hospital? Yes or no? Okay. Can we use local? Yes. Something along the lines of that, like a little, like a diagram that really explains what's happening. And then people will eventually get into their head of how it works. I think that might be one way to tackle the issue.
That's good, because, I mean, a few people here who are quite long-standing within the community are aware that things have always been very up and down between the two services. I mean, you can even say that for yourself.
Oh, 100%.
And from my side, it's something I want to improve. I want to improve the way that my team view PD, and I'd like to hope that you're very much the same with that with us.
100%. Well, I want to work with you as a commissioner to ensure that it's a PD-wide thing and not just my division.
Yeah.
Because I think currently my division are doing it okay. Definitely room for improvements, huge improvement. But the entirety of PD as a whole is just, it's not acceptable the way it currently is. So as a commissioner, I'd like to ensure our relationships are actually fixed.
Okie dokie. Leading on to that, we've also, sorry, Jack.
No, you carry on.
From that, we've got a PD liaison and an LFB liaison specifically to work with both different services. Is that something that you're looking at bringing in?
100%. I honestly, I don't know why there isn't to begin with.
Where have they gone? I had them.
I thought a ginger-headed man brought that in. It's crazy.
Right, yeah, we'll sort that out. We will sort that. No matter what happens, we'll get that sorted. There should be. Jack, you had your hand up.
Yeah, again, just referring to the leaflet you've made, quite garish. Work with the community to repair relations. Can you be a bit more specific? Why do you think they broke down in the first place? What relations have been on about?
Well, I think realistically, corruption has given the civilians, and to be honest with you, I'll even class in criminals, a very bad perception of the PD, an untrustworthy relationship, and that's something I aim to stomp out the corruption, fix our relationships, work closely with businesses, seeing what we can do for them, what they can do for us, having again a collaborative approach to everything we do, and hopefully that should repair relationships over a period of time. I think repairing relationships is quite a specific thing, and really just certain instances. So if something came up in 2 months' time that I spotted as something we can do to repair relations, I'd obviously take as many strides towards that as I possibly can.
I see. All right.
Are you sort of looking at things, Barrett, as
going along the lines of quality improvement methodologies.
100%.
Using adapt, adopt, and abandon if something's working or not.
Yeah, that's something I can definitely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Now the thing is,
bonuses, where are they coming from, Mr. Barrett?
bonuses.
The weekly
Fortunately
bonuses.
enough, the PD makes quite a lot of money.
Yeah, well, that's sort of my issue. You see, because our officers they're not incentivized to ramp up the costs.
Yeah, I will say I know for us and LFB we have monthly bonuses.
We don't have any bonuses at all. In fact, it's been left to divisional leads to hand out bonuses to their division. It's never anything PD wide.
And
I'll be looking at something I'd manage. Apologies, Jack.
Has that been happening? Have bonuses been handed out?
Yeah, 100%. SO19 hands out a lot of bonuses. In fact, yesterday we handed out about a couple of bonuses to some traffic officers that were flying, some response officers that were flying LSAS for us in one of our in a raid we done yesterday.
Interesting, because I also know you're going to increase the times and the fines.
Yep, that'll allow us to hand out more bonuses, but that's not the aim. Of course, it's not. The aim isn't to get more money to give it out to the PD.
That's
the aim is
how it reads.
to
Mr.
stop.
Barrett, that's all. Because that's how it reads up there.
Yeah, that's not the intention. If that's the case, the intention is we want to make sure criminals aren't committing that much crime. We want to keep our streets safe, our civilians safe, and especially our local businesses and other emergency services safe.
Interesting.
Have you considered any sort of community event outreach events for
Yes.
towards the community? And if so, what have you been thinking of?
So not exactly specific events. The specifics, no. But I was looking at bringing in some form of team, which can manage public relations, maybe part of the quality assurance team, almost like a little subcategory / responsibility. See what they can do in terms of public relations. And I've said work directly with the quality assurance team and ensure everything's going swimmingly. It's when, again, like I said, when I spot these instances where we can repair the community relations, I will go ahead and do so. And like you say, events will be a great way to do it.
Good evening.
Mr. Barrett, where is everyone else?
Good question. I think I honestly, if there's no further questions, let's come back tomorrow or something because seems to be no one else has shown up.
But votes tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll try get something a bit early. I don't think we will be able to. Fuck.
What time?
Well, we have time, so.
And who's able to vote?
That's still a question I'm waiting to get answered. So the impression I've had, no, it's a bit of an awkward situation. I'm under the impression
PD
that
then, no worries.
no. All of PD go, so they've got individual votes, and then businesses or emergency services or just anything that's essentially a company like the LSJ, LSMS, LFB, they all count as one vote each. Does that make sense?
Okay.
That's the impression I'm under.
Do you count OCGs as a business?
Definitely not.
Well, if they own a business.
Well, personally, I wouldn't be going looking for any endorsements off OCG businesses. Definitely haven't. But if they own a business, yeah, they'll have a vote.
And where will the votes take place and who?
I'm under the impression City Hall. City Hall and roughly after 6 o'clock.
How is the vote being done?
Where we are type thing in the city.
You know, but how?
What do you mean?
Like a little
Is there a
hands up for Barrett.
No. There'll be a whole system. You go over.
Using the voting booths.
There you go. That one.
Is that definitely working? Yeah.
Okay, and is there a time frame of when people can come in and vote? Because obviously not everyone is gonna be sat there.
Yeah, I think 6 o'clock till 9 o'clock. Don't quote me.
You seem very confident in all this. Mr.
But
Barrett.
listen, Mr.
Yeah, well, that's me out the window.
Commissioner Lardwell had instigated the whole voting situation, and it has been thought through in its entirety. When it comes to the actual voting system itself, obviously the campaigns are being run. But I can assure you by tomorrow, everything will be ironed out, and you'll be alerted via Birdie or anything.
Okay.
Apologies, can't answer any more questions on the voting system. Is everyone okay?
Yeah, it would just be interesting. to
Still
hear from
wondering
the
what
other
everybody
candidates.
else is.
Yeah, it would be. All right, guys. I appreciate it all. Appreciate your time.
No, just start seeing that. Thanks for the photo.
No worries.
Good.
Bruv, I'm wearing the hat longer than you. Sonny, I talk to you.
Yeah, let me show everyone out first.
MDTs to better support the LSJ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm off tomorrow and Tuesday, but would sometime
Lovely to
next
see you, Anya.
next week be okay to...
Yep.
Nice to see you, Tones.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just pop by City Hall whenever.
I'll be in the office tomorrow, right?
How's with you?
Yep.
Open.
Is there anybody around? Yeah, but I'll just
Open,
leave
yeah,
it.
that's
Alright, okay.
How's your relationship with Miss Hill?
We're listening to the one candidate that we can know of.
left me.
Oh, so sorry to bring it up.
There's someone.
Cheers, guys. I appreciate your time. I apologise
She's gone
again.
for 2
Thank
months.
you, Mr. Baddock.
She's
No
on
worries, guys.
vacation,
Bye.
so, you know,
Take care.
it's not, yeah.
No, I'm gonna take
Still-
off. Lovely
yeah,
seeing you. Okay.
Left me, but not really. This is so suspicious.
Mr. Raider.
Evening.
My car.
I might let's jump in with you, Callum, because I don't have my car here.
I'm waiting on Angus.
Ah, okay.
Wait, does nobody have a car here?
No.
Is there any chance I could
fantastic.
shadow somebody?
Yeah, you can shadow Richard if you want.
That'll do.
Hello there.
Hello.
James, where are you? You get your car here.
Yeah, my car's here. I'm currently talking to Sonny Barrett. Give me a sec.
It's only a 2-seater though. That's who I came with.
Well, I'm going with Angus.
Is this only a 2-seater as well?
Only a 2-seater, I'm afraid.
I don't even have a car.
Well, I came in James's, so...
There's a local with the keys in it there.
Gotta be legal.
Taxi.
Whatever happened to that taxi company?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. They open? No. Fuck.
Anyone fancy getting a job as a bus driver for a few minutes?
Not really, no.
Yeah, it's not my forte. What is your name, by the way?
Don't look at me.
Me, Simon Black.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Richard Stroker.
Oh, lovely to meet you. I was here before, but I went on holiday, you know.
Yeah, that's all good.
Anniversary of my wife's death. So, yeah.
Either sorry for your loss or congratulations.
Oh, she was no cunt.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah. Live and let live and all that, you know. Terrible, terrible.
So neither of us have got cars, James, so I don't know how we're going to do this.
Can everybody that's on this radio come back to City Hall and come to the meeting room upstairs, please?
I think you have to shuttle bus everything. I'm not getting in a truck.
Well, some are on the way, and some are car list, so bear with.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I came here with Linda, but I believe he left. I'm kind of stuck here a little bit.
Just give me a... I've got it, don't worry, Delta 1 will sort it. Go on, Delta 1. I'm sorry.
Just realised this looks like a Jaguar from the front, but a Mustang from the back. Hopefully it doesn't increase time and fine for speeding. That'd be very bad, wouldn't it?
Yes, I'm coming.
I'm only a paralegal, so I need to learn, you know.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Bit of a late career change.
Right. Where's Anya?
Just waiting on Jack and Anya coming.
Off topic, I figured out why the TVs don't work. They're all attached to VHS players.
No. That could be it.
I don't know if I've ever seen a VHS tape for a while.
You just got to make sure the white is in the white, the yellow's in the yellow, and the red's in the red.
Well, the problem is VHS tapes aren't made anymore.
I've got VHS tapes in my house.
They're made just as a novelty, but not as a standard.
I've got all my movies on VHS tapes.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you are a bit old, aren't you? To be fair, I am
Thanks.
reaching 30, and that is roughly the sort of
voting age.
Right, you're
Excuse
sacked.
me?
Well, I was born in 1964.
Odd question. Does anybody have a bandage?
Unfortunately not, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I do actually. I do.
Oh, my hero.
I don't mean that, Angus.
What happened, Anya? You alright?
Okay.
Good. Pleased to hear it.
I'm gonna say Space Canal Drive.
2.
Where are you, Anya?
Coming up to the room.
Right, okay. Jack coming as well.
What do you need me?
We'll all discuss it together.
Oh Christ. Okay. I was just gonna go and wind up Soka, but sure, I'll come back.
Most of them are LOA, Jack. I don't think they'll be.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
Very convenient.
Funny they're LOA, but they're the only division handing out bonuses.
Stirred the pot a little too aggressively.
Potentially.
I think you scared them off.
But if there needs to be a replacement, I know a guy.
Why can I not? Thank you, Jesus.
Right. Space Company.
Yeah, he's just gone.
Bruv, half my shit is over my pocket. Fuck.
Hello, can we get someone to come and do a name change before we have this chat?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. James was the one that brought it up, so I'll get him to go do it.
There's
Oh,
people
you're
down here that
taking
fancy it.
James, your job.
James, do your job.
Why has he brought it up and then not bothered with it? I just don't.
That's just James things.
No idea. All I will say though, this whole thing was oddly suspicious.
What?
Considering everybody's in a call and yet nobody knew about the debate and there was only even a handful of officers.
I've met my twin.
So about sacking James, I've got him out of the room. Joking, of course.
Well, you say that.
Look, I didn't say it was useless. You did.
Yeah, but isn't he like the only DA or one
No,
of the two?
Mr. McKendrick is the only DA.
Yeah, for God's sake.
Even worse. Okay,
Excuse me?
respectfully, people have been switching around their jobs and roles over here that it's hard to keep up.
It's not that difficult. Jack, that's my desk,
I
man.
got two name changes. Someone needs to come
Yeah,
down
it's not a
here
problem.
too, bruv.
These bottles are in the way, to be honest, but I'll do what I'm doing.
I'll be.
I'm done. I need help. We've got two name changes.
Barely
How does he not know how to do a name change?
I thought I'm not actually allowed, am I? I'm not big enough. Or strong
I don't
enough.
even know how to do an name
You're a. Well, Jack's a lawyer, so he can if he wants.
I'm not allowed.
Stroker's a lawyer. Why are you not allowed?
Can't actually do the name change. I've just got to fill in some paperwork.
Yeah, that's the bit that needs done.
Yeah,
James
I was doing
can't
that a
do
year
any-
ago, mate. I'm not doing that now.
Right.
Why is there so much water on the table?
Gotta stay hydrated.
Can you tell us, Joe?
Who's that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't catch that your radio cut out there. Hello?
Here we go.
Hello, Jamie.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go, I can hear you now. We should have a few suspects coming down to the courthouse soon. Just been involved in a gang-v-gang shooting, so we're just receiving LSMS treatment. And then we'll be down to process them. So, would you be around in approximately half an hour?
We're all in a meeting just now, but I'm sure Judge McBlain will be free
What?
in half
See,
an
now
hour.
this is the problem. We're at it again. No one's questioning them. No one's asked for a lawyer. But there's
Sorry, I was
6
in
of
my
us in
head.
the fucking room.
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Marshall about this last night, and I don't think really he seemed to have that priority in his head either, which kind of concerned me.
I'll beat him up.
Sorry.
At this point, I just want to like go there and ask, do you guys plead guilty or not guilty? Not guilty, okay. Release him.
So I missed what that radio was. What was it?
Gang v gang shooting, yeah.
Sentencing in half an hour. Right.
Yeah. No process in the middle, of course.
Are they not questioning them or?
No,
They're not
it's-
questioning them. They're not doing anything. They're just giving the medical, and then they're gonna get sentenced.
Bang bang. See you in prison in a bit, etc.
Which is shit, because right now, every time there is a gang shooting between two gangs, they only get charged for gang v gang. They don't get charged for absolutely fuck all else, which is what has happened before. And the only time I got called, I wasn't even, remember when I woke up to represent somebody in the cells? That was for an interview. That was not even for the initial counseling that we had, which started off as an art gallery robbery. And the only charge that my client had was a gang v gang, which we could not even prove that he is innocent or not involved in that. But there were so many other charges that could have been there that we could have had a nice conversation about.
I
but
personally think we get rid of the gang v gang shooting because it's just a pointless charge.
A gang v gang shooting. Why is that even a charge? That is my
It was a
question.
charge for the old crime, and I'm pretty sure that there's
It was. I mean, I can help with that because I was commissioner at the time. Sorry to be that guy. But you're not your cousin. So the reason I come down here with a table, Judge. That's what the water's for.
Someone's gonna get the water bottle.
The reason I was brought in is because there was no process like this. It was brought in to be a blanket cover because of the complete lack of process that existed beyond that. I don't know if you've noticed, but in this room we sort of have a process now.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily need to worry. Yeah, you probably could get rid of it.
Again, it's the issue of that should just be replaced with
PC
criminal
12.
use of a firearm
or negligence.
But they're both
or
a
that-
charge, but they don't charge him with everything if there's a gang v gang.
manslaughter, even like
It was also a costing issue. It's complicated. It was also to do with the fact that if you charge 6 gang members that type of punishment, it gets quite expensive. But you might argue that then restricts gun crime, which
Yes.
is something that they actually are advocating for. So
Well, considering that they are using said money to obviously supply their gang crime, that seems completely fine with me.
But also, doesn't gang v gang go against the correlation between two people?
What, the freedom for association? Not
Yeah.
if they're actively shooting at people with a gun with other people of that association. Kind of.
There's no freedom of association if obviously
they're actively doing that crime with that person.
Yeah.
The freedom
If
association.
you're there-
it's gang v gang. It's not OCG v OCG. It'd be different if it was worded that way.
It doesn't even matter if you're shooting at somebody and somebody's shooting back at you, you're both gonna have residue on you. So even if you're a part of said gang and you're on the scene and obviously the response is for the shooting, if you don't have any weapons on you or anything, no gun residue, you're not gonna get charged. There's no evidence for you to even be able to have the charge. So
Well, I think
I don't
it's-
see a problem there.
It's misleading just calling it gang v gang because in the terms of it, gangs, the word gang is just a group of people. It's not
This
OCG.
discussion is enough for me to go forward and say remove it, as long as everyone in the room is in agreement. So
Agreed.
removing it.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, that's fine.
Might want to notify PD about it though,
yeah, you might
considering
wanna
they're just
notify a
about
few-
to
No,
charge.
So the process we have is I have to then approach the people above me
Yeah.
elsewhere, and they will notify PD. But they won't
Okay.
change it unless a group of us at LSJ agree to it under vote.
I mean,
if-
we're all agreed, so
Yeah, that's fine. I can't just go and change it. I don't have access to just change it.
yeah, fair enough. They also might want.
They should give you access to that.
They should, but it was gatekept by someone who's not responding to people. So
I would also maybe recommend, obviously, since it is being removed, to also tell them, since they're going to be the ones notifying PD, to also tell PD this is what should be used as a substitute. And obviously, if PD fucks up, and they fuck up. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, you might get some pushback from the not so legal side.
That's what it is.
I mean, it doesn't
right.
matter.
Right, can we just talk about this because he's taking ages with this name change?
Yeah, it's fine. Right. From that, I'll give you my point of view is the city clearly has issues at the minute in terms of gun crime and whatever, and the only candidate willing enough to take time out of his day to come and speak to people was Barrett. And my concern is the other two were too busy chasing a ping to be concerned about convincing everyone else. So that's my opinion. I don't know what everyone else is.
Agreed.
I partially disagree, due to the fact of, yeah, he took the time out of his day to speak to us, but obviously then the other two are out there doing their job as an officer should. I
Chasing a
appreciate
gun,
his time.
That's the issue. Is that
Not
we
not
don't
chasing
want
a
PD
gun, but
chasing
like
guns.
no, but actively on duty and doing their job.
Jack,
I appreciate
Jack,
him.
Jack, back me up with this. The job of commissioner is largely more political than it is operational, which means Barrett has his priorities right by coming and speaking to all of us and all the other parties that were there. Jack?
Yeah.
It also
I would
sounds.
also say that he's a chief super at the moment. If he felt the situation was enough that he could have probably called Mr. Marston and Mr. Marshall off whatever was happening to come and do it. Ultimately, he's a command leader of Mr. Marshall. So I don't actually know what the other two are doing. If they were in city and didn't turn up, even though they knew they were supposed to, then that's
That is the
great.
question.
How
do they
do we
know they're
know?
supposed to? Exactly.
I asked Mr. Owens on the way out. There were 16 officers on duty at the time, and what, 2 in the room?
Yeah, but this is the issue. Did Marston and Marshall know they need to show up? Who informed them?
Well, yeah,
It sounded like Barrett
We
was just
we never had any
winging it all.
confirmation of that, and whenever we did bring it up, he said, "Oh, they're on a call, so they should come over here." And whenever we brought it up again, he said, "Oh, they're still on a call or doing something." He was basically deflecting from the actual question.
He never actually went on his radio to check or anything like that.
Yeah, he didn't ask them, did he? It was
Actually,
like he knew he was getting
speaking of, I have Marston's number. I'm gonna go ring him.
I don't think he's awake. My
So
concern
if he's not
is-
even awake, how
my
is he
only
supposed
concern
to
with
I think he
Barrett-
was awake.
My only concern with Barrett is his main concern was with guns. There is other crimes within this city that need covered and sorted with, but his whole thing is guns, gun this, we'll sort gun crime, blah, blah, blah. I just think that there's a lot more concern between him and Mr. Marshall about gun crime than...
Yeah, no talk of robberies, no talk of drugs.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously there is more crime, yes, but right now I think all of us can agree the pressing matter at hand is the gun crime, because every second person in the city has a bloody gun. I've seen a guy who literally just got picked up from the airport. He was running about Legion, and obviously members of a gang came up to him, asked if he wanted a gun. He said yes. They gave him a gun that was also loaded with bullets.
I mean, my main issue with Barrett's thing is that the whole list could arguably, you could just go, why has this not been happening already? So, for example, take down gang activity on the streets. That's probably already happening already. They did a raid last night, didn't they? Closest to support to divisional leads. He is a divisional lead. If that's not been happening, why is he now trying to bring it in? The class 1 cert, kind of get that. Bring quality assurance team. The fact they feel like they need that fucking terrifies me. The fact that stamp out corruption is a policy fucking terrifies me.
Anyone here?
Hang on, they brought someone down.
Right, we've got multiple suspects in the cells after gang v gang. Some of them had PD firearms on them. They're gonna need you lot down here or to the. There's about 12 or 11.
Let's take
How many?
Bring
them
them
to
here.
court, please. Do any of them need legal representation? Assuming
Something
they
that
interviewed
bear
and
with.
stuff.
Didn't actually ask that bit. Recruitment drive, again, shouldn't necessarily be a policy. Bonuses, I used to hand them out like candy, so I don't know why that's become a policy. Where the community repair relations, it's fair to say that they destroyed the relations, so it's, self-inflicted. Work with the LSJ to increase times and fine. I actually think it's probably the worst thing you can do. Empower all officers to respond to all calls. Bluff.
Increasing fine, yeah. The time, not really. The time is something that should not be increased, and all of us can agree whenever it comes to shit like that. Even when we represent somebody, we always try to reduce the time. The fines going up is fine, but the time no.
He also wants to hire more police officers and then also give those new police officers guns straight away. So how is that going to work?
No, wait, he never said that. He categorically did not say that.
He said he wants to give all officers guns.
Yeah, I spoke to him the other day.
Trainees.
They will have to be a police constable for 8 weeks, go through arms training, and have to do all discharge reports, etc. They won't be handed out like sweeties.
Did I just hear bar card being mentioned?
Repeat that, please.
My pockets are bugged and nothing was working, so I had to nip to my office and put everything in there. And everything is at my office.
James. Literally James.
Fucking that man, honestly.
Oh my god.
Good. And the top one, give Stoker the resource and the push they need. Now, sorry, it's not a bigger point, trust me. What
resources don't they
they've
have?
got everything they've got so much they can do. From what I can tell, they don't do any of it. So they don't need resource and the push. They need to fucking do it and actually be on duty.
I mean, right now, I can tell you what the issue is. The issue, from obviously a civilian standpoint, the issue is whenever you need PD, they just, at this point, they're just prioritizing gun calls most of the time, or like, banks and all of that, which fair enough. But when there's literally nothing going on and there's, simple 99 calls regarding this or that, they do not respond. I've had several calls regarding being ran over or having a, not even a hit and run, but I've had a traffic accident. We obviously exchanged information. We also called the police, obviously, to make the report and everything. Nobody. We were sat there for 30 minutes. Nobody responded. So we were just like, okay, fuck this. But we have seen officers driving by the actual scene. No lights, no sirens, just casually driving by. And when we even try to flag them down, nothing. They're so focused on guns right now, which I mean, I understand, fair enough. Yeah. Every second person in the city at this point has a gun, and it's the big issue.
On as well. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is a massive issue.
Gangs are on it.
Yeah, it is a massive issue right now. I agree, but at the same time, the reason why the relations with the public is shit is because they themselves ruined it by obviously going for guns.
Why is James going?
We all know.
No, I've told him to start representing defense because I can't.
Someone needs this second person needs name change, by the way.
James, can you just finish dealing with the name change and we'll get another lawyer to go to
Honestly.
If you have PD, my office is next to PD.
Can I also mention,
just let James do James.
Statistically, more guns equals more gun crime.
It's going to be FC.
That doesn't matter from what side. More guns equals more gun crime.
FC FC essentially, 2 times FC members.
I mean,
get caught with
he's
PDFMs
doing
and
it
all
for
of
the
that.
PD. It's not necessarily a which side, as in like a
Yes,
gang.
but if you have an officer with another gun, that just means that the criminals are going to get more guns to combat the police.
They already have
They
more
already
guns.
have them.
They already have all the guns.
I think that this is a case where there's a chance to get more guns off the street.
I support, arming more officers because that is an issue. Yes, I've seen unarmed officers being treated heavily unfairly and getting pulled up on, which is fair enough. But at the same time, I'm also not supportive because the issue is, how do you control the trading, for one? For two, PD raids used to happen so often where gangs would get so pissed off losing their guns and all of that stuff.
I mean, pissed off or not,
Yeah.
they're illegal.
No, I agree, they're illegal. But you do realize there was, like, obviously they would then try to retaliate back against the PD, and like there was those whole scenarios and situations with that, but there was less guns in the streets.
Because part of the difference is, though, is that now they are willingly able to take police firearms. So if you arm every officer, in my opinion, you remove the ability for them to take police firearms, if you get my drift. That has to be a change that you can't really talk about here, but you know what I mean.
No, I mean, obviously at that point when you arm every officer and somebody, an officer presses their panic button, this is also an issue as well. Some officers press, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my former experience as a chief super, whenever somebody pulls a panic, at least that was a policy when I was working in the other country, every officer responded to that. Right now, it doesn't feel like that. Sometimes when an officer pulls a panic button, you're gonna have 2 other officers show up, and that's about it.
I mean, right now we're getting into the semantics of operationalization of the PD in terms of
I get that, but right now PD internally is,
and that's what the
a
new
shit show.
commissioner's going to deal with.
But no, the issue isn't really procedural. The issue is they haven't got numbers. Because the reason this was successful 6 months ago is because you had 50 people on duty, and now you've got less than 20. And so PD now are having to prioritize things based on what's important. Like to your point before, Anya, someone getting hit by a car is not important compared to a Bobcat. So if they've got 6 to 10, 12 officers on a Bobcat, they're not going to pull off because someone's put a 999 in about a hit and run or whatever it is.
Jack,
yeah, but if they have 12 Bobcat, like you see how exaggerated that is. 12 officers for a Bobcat.
I don't think that's exaggerated at all.
That's not exaggerated because the policy for Bobcats, for example, is if an OCG takes 2 cars there, then it's 3 cars and potentially a chopper to each vehicle. Now, in theory, you've got 2 up in each car, so your minimum of 12 officers on any Bobcat. That's without thinking about scene control student officers, SOCA that might be there as well to investigate post-scene. So, Bobcats could have up to 20 officers. It's not uncommon, and when that's the entire force right now, you don't have another 30 officers doing day-to-day crime. So, all it should be really written, but by any of these potential commissions, in my opinion, is increased numbers, increased activity. So that's all that matters for this force right now. Everything else will fall in line once you've got people there.
Yeah.
If you've got people there.
Would hypothetically putting the fines up for gun ownership of guns and that kind of stuff, would that possibly help, or do they just not? They're not. The OCGs don't care about money.
The reality is they've got more money than you can shake a stick at, so they're not bothered. And the time, is another issue, but it's hard to have that conversation in here.
I mean, the time that this is the issue of yes, you want to punish them, but at the same time, this is why I don't agree with the time, and I will never agree with increasing the time because that's just shit on everybody's part. Yeah, I understand you need to be punished, but at the same time, that is a bit too harsh. And again, it's the only thing where the money would help. Because at least at that hand, yeah, some of them may have money to toss around for 20 fines. Doesn't matter. At some point, they're gonna, reach a certain, let's say, level with their money where they're gonna start thinking, okay, now we have to actually play this a little bit smart because we're not gonna be able to finance our crimes.
Yeah,
to
it's
a degree.
more. It's like a two-pronged strategy. If you put more police out there with guns, that might deter the criminals from taking the guns away from the police. But then if you up the fines, that might then deter them from actually using the guns in the first place, so they're not getting excess fines.
Yeah, but the general policy that Barrett was putting forward was to work with
Sorry about
LSG
that.
to increase time and fines. So he would work
Yeah.
with it. So it's not something he would put across and just across the board change it. It speaks volumes that Barrett was the only one to show up. He spoke well and articulately on every single point and could answer every question.
I'm gonna excuse myself for a second.
I
apologise. I'm going to have to run.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Bit of unexpected head issues.
Yeah, sure, sunshine. I actually don't mind who you lot back. I know who I would back, but it's not really relevant. I don't think I want to give an opinion considering one of the candidates offered me Delta 1. And so with that, I'm going to abstain.
Personally, for me, I back Sonny Barrett. He's been the most engaged with LSG out with this commissioner race. I don't think I've ever met Arthur Marston, and I've met Marshall only when he's been a witness. I think Barrett seems to be the most engaging out of everyone.
Yeah, I will agree with that. I don't even know what the policies is for the other people.
They've put it on birding.
Not all of them. Some of them.
No, I think they all have.
I've not seen
Marston's
Marston's.
just posted a photo of himself. I think that's the most I've
Okay,
seen
so
Marston.
newsflash. I just rang Marshall. He said he knew nothing about the debate. And he is coming to the courtroom right now because I asked him, "Oh, do you have 5 minutes then to come down to the courtroom so you can, let everybody know?" I said, "Yeah."
Yeah,
So
Marshall.
I start to a commissioner, lying and playing it dirty. I mean, fair enough for him, but we're not that stupid. Yeah.
Can I have a word?
Is that actually a website?
Can we chat? We'll put it in here.
No, it's not. It's worth looking into, but it's not an actual website. The Marston's been pushing it on.
Right, have you been clear with James that he's now a defence solicitor?
No, what I told him is that he has to start taking more defence cases. If he continues the attitude he is going with, I will straight up tell him that he's no longer a DA.
Okay.
Training DA. However, that is your
Danger
decision.
pay increase.
You really have to tell him.
Because in the corruption for that's met, tackle training plans. He sounds like a good possibility, Marshall. And then Marston is more remove department divisions, structure. No, that just muddies the waters, in my opinion. Eliminate the cliques within the department, create an unbiased chain of command. Will increase the priority of unarmed policing. Builds connections to the community and future generations. Create policies and programs to focus on the where is his? The other ones.
Going into my quarters. I've got a headache.
Look who we brought.
Hi guys.
How are we doing, Mr. Marshall?
Alex Marshall, everyone.
Yeah,
Beautiful
bit surprised to hear that there was a debate. I wasn't told of where or when.
Yeah, we were told there was a debate between all three candidates, 7 o'clock Sunday at Mission Row. So we turned up, and it was just Barrett.
Shocker.
So even Marston wasn't there.
No.
Nope.
Nope.
All right.
No, Marston was not there because according to
don't know if that
Barrett,
was-
you two were saving lives.
Don't know if that was convenient.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or just tactful.
We sat in question Mr. Barrett anyway on his policies and whatnot.
You happy for my colleague Buford to sit in on this?
Mr. Buford, what's his last name?
Van Storm.
Van Storm. Lovely. Take a seat, Mr. Van Storm. I'll let the gentleman to my left and Miss Romanov ask you some questions. You're up for it.
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
Mr. Marshall, can you just start telling us about your policies, etc.?
Sorry, yeah, absolutely.
Secondary, is anyone about still?
Very first policy that I've kind of put out on my on one of the campaign posters was safety and security. And whilst on the face of it, put down that it's, all officers across the force are going to be kind of trained, equipped, and certified to carry a Class 1
Can you just
pistol.
take him to City Hall? We've got a lot going on at City Hall, so it'd be better if you
And
came.
more so that kind of feeds into different areas of the policies that I'm looking to implement, subject to success as, at the campaign. So I'd like, it's nightly that we hear reports of violent individuals outside, pickle bogs, inside with weapons, brandishing weapons, LSFB workers being held at gunpoint or on scenes where they're trying to, save lives, both of them, and there's just, again, violent individuals there. Just look to improve the relationship between the emergency services so that we could try and create these kind of joint response units, so that all three can respond to medical requests or calls for fire, and at least there's some safety from officers that can be provided to our emergency service colleagues. Yes, Jack.
I mean, I'll put it to you, Marshall, mate, that I think what's going on here is you, Mr. Barrett and Mr. Marston, are pandering to the major voter force of the police department. You're just going to, willy-nilly offer all SOCA members and all traffic and, you sort of devolved the response division firearms because they're going to vote for you. It's not a policy. It's a favouritism competition, right? That's why it's there.
Not a favouritism contest. Not
But if you don't put it there, they're not going to vote for you.
If I took it away, the thing is, Jack, we've got divisions at the minute that can't do their job because if they try and do a traffic stop, these idiots hop out of cars with firearms or weapons and they just point them at them or shoot them. So that's the reports that we've been receiving from our unarmed divisions. So how else can we? Sorry, yeah.
So surely the issue is not issuing firearms to officers, and it's more cutting out how the guns are issued to gangs and how you manage to stop that and stop them from stockpiling them.
Essentially bleed them dry. If we can equip and better equip our force across the whole, LS Met with the necessary tools that they need to kind of combat the current threat, then if that's what we have to do in terms of issuing firearms across the board, then that's what we're going to be doing. And we'll embed firearms across those to make sure that they feel confident to carry and support where required.
The thing is, Mr. Marshall, from what I understand, sorry, Judge, from what I understand, OCGs are taking guns off police like candy at the moment. So why would that not be the case if you then put more firearms into the hands of more officers that aren't as trained as your SO19 division?
Sorry, Jack, ask that again.
So right now, OCGs are taking guns off your lot like you wouldn't believe. In fact, we've just got people on the way right now that have had police firearms on them. And so what worries me is that they're going to see you more as loot boxes than they did before. They're going to think, do you know what? Here's some shoddy little traffic officer with a firearm. Rather than trying to take on 4 SO19 officers, I reckon I'll just take his FN. Well, is that not going to happen more?
If that's the case, then we'll go through you guys to get warrants and then just go out and manhunts.
Give them class 2s.
Just isolate them.
My concern with that is that officers then stop responding to your daily crimes because they now have a firearm and they think they can go to bigger and better crimes. So the attention then turns onto all firearm crimes rather than your drug crimes, your your shop robberies, your other petty crimes that need to be solved as well. Because at the minute, it seems like, from my point of view, officers just don't want to respond to them anyway.
Or
Then-
don't feel empowered enough to respond to them.
I think that's what it. I think that's what it is, Mr. McKendry. I don't think officers feel empowered or safe that they can attend scenes, knowing that they can deal with it with their current equipment. And so it's not necessary. I'd hate to think that people are just going to think, okay, I'm going to be trained and I'm then going to be issued and carry a firearm. I'm going to ignore David getting robbed at a shop, or he's out doing groceries and he just gets stuck up with a knife. I'm one for standards, and I'm one for escalation of force, and I'm one for preservation of life. So I want to make sure that if I'm in the position where we can train across the board and improve and maintain standards, to the extent that officers aren't just defaulting to using firearms and strong arm, because ultimately that's then going to escalate the situation. If it doesn't need to be used, they shouldn't. If we can try and use our voices and use our words of reason and negotiate, de-escalate the situations, that's what we'll do. And we'll try and provide extensive training with that.
That was going to be my next question, and I'll leave you with no doubt in your mind that as a district attorney, I'm more than happy to bring use of force to court if people exceed their use of force. My next question is...
So if I may just add to that, it will be
sorry?
both fronts. It will be internal within PD. If people misuse and abuse the equipment that they are issued, it will simply be taken away from them. We won't stand for it, because ultimately we're there to protect lives and ensure public safety.
Absolutely. I think obviously the message needs to be sent out. Just because you're a police officer, you're not above criminal charges.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
My next question is, how will you operationalise it with giving out Class 1 firearms?
Ultimately, I believe all command division leads will be briefed by Firearm Gold Command. Will provide an SOP out to the force command initially. It'll include the kind of training and certification procedures that they need to follow. As I say, command teams will be put through first. At that point, once we're happy that they can kind of set the example and lead by example, then we'll do hold small sessions so that you don't have a room of 20 people just being talked to. It will be more of interactive sessions that we can get people up. Almost like I can speak to this room. I'll be providing you all with certification training. I make sure that each one of you leaves the room understanding your roles and responsibilities and what you can and can't do with that, including the rules of engagement and such.
Okay, so it would be a much more refined training
Refined and
programme.
controlled, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
LSJ.
How would you maintain relations with the LSJ if you were elected as commissioner?
I've got 2 suspects that would need
Regular visits, routine
sentencing
meetings.
if you're available.
I'd much prefer to come and see how things are and how you guys, in terms of your interactions with the officers, what the kind of, I suppose the trait points within PD in terms of our procedures, whether they're working or not, or whether we need to streamline or make current processes efficient. It would just be routine interaction, regular engagement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stroker?
That's just one point. I'm just trying to wait for his other points.
Okay, yeah. So, going back to the policy, I suppose, as I say, we kind of cover the safety and security. The next one would be salary review. I hear the grumbles that people at a point are sometimes struggling to buy equipment. So it's whether we need to just simply look at a pay increase, because from hearing from some of our Gold Command colleagues, there's plenty in the budget that could be there to increase the salary. So why not? Why not? Again, give a bit of reward and recognition back to the officers that come on duty every single day and provide the service back to the city.
We asked Mr. Barrett about that, Marshal. We said ultimately will officers be incentivised to make sure criminals are punished to a higher degree because it might affect their ability to have a wage increase? Because where's the money coming from to fund these wage rises and pay rises?
Every time someone gets found with a police issued police issued firearm, they're being fined $250,000 at the minimum. I wouldn't look to increase the fines and times. I suppose I just monitor trends, right? If 1 week we're dealing with a certain increase of robberies from the Bobcat secure facility, it's inevitable that firearms are going to be used.
these
if they're then
suspects
used
up to
against the
court
emergency
now?
workers, whether we then need to up
yeah,
that.
please.
So it,
Alright,
it kind of looked to mitigate the frequency of the robberies. And I don't know, in term, maybe just get them to realize whether it's worth it or not.
All right. Again, just another point. Sorry to follow up to move on. If everyone's happy to do that, you've got gutting the corruption from within the LS Met. Mr. Barrett has the same thing. It worries me that needs to be a policy, Mr. Marshall. Is this a recent occurrence that we think we need to gut the corruption, or has it been going on a while?
It's been going on for a while, Jack. You can attest to that as well.
Can I?
That you've witnessed it.
Well,
that you've been dealing with it. Have you not?
Well, I talking about Mr. Mint.
No, not necessarily. Maybe ongoing cases that you're supporting.
Well, that's what I'm saying is it only relevant currently to the fact that Delta 1's suspended, and that no other psych officers want to be on duty at the moment, so we can't actually investigate this any further.
No, I think any officer that fails to provide and just their duty, the sworn oath to the public, if someone is blatantly ignoring someone else's call for help, they need to look at themselves in terms of the integrity and why they're there to do the job. They're not willing to provide the basics, keep the person safe, get them medical. Just looking to improve the standards across the board. And if there's people that aren't doing the job that they're employed to do and aren't providing what is expected of them as a police officer, then they shouldn't have a position within the LS Met.
I could get Soka now.
How would you determine that they're not doing their job correctly, and how would you find that out?
The engagement with the DA, whether we can look to stand up almost like not an auditing board, but individuals that can come in and observe internally the processes and procedures, or are crewed with command members and go out and observe these the reports that people are dealing with.
One of the suspects downstairs.
Kind of
not
like
related
an
to the gang,
IA
it's a different
procedure.
incident.
Yeah.
You happy if I bring him up?
Yeah, go for it.
Bring him up.
Anything else, Mr. Stoker?
Oh no, just wait to
Mr.
hear
Romano?
the rest of the policies.
Sure. So, Mr. Romano, do you have
Well-
any questions before I continue with the policies?
I mean, I do have a question. Obviously, everybody is aware that there is internal issues within the PD, and my question would be on how you intend to solve them.
There's kind of an unpublished policy that I haven't put up there, and that's almost like a command competency review, whether I feel as if the current individuals within the command teams across the force are competent, are able enough to do their job. It starts at the top.
Okay,
But if we can't trust command members to kind of lead and set the example, ultimately, how can we then expect officers joining the force to do their job as well, or at least do it correctly?
Is it just regarding the command right now, or is it all officers across the board?
From what I've seen, we quite often seems people are failing at the basics, and it can lead to quite detrimental kind of consequences. I think some of your legal kind of colleagues experienced that last night, including the judge. You know,
I
the
see it on a
Firearms
daily basis.
The Firearms Division carried out a raid against another organized crime group. It was successful, and sure enough, an officer was then held at gunpoint in the cells. People are failing the basics in terms of taking responsibility and accountability for who they're dealing with, ensuring that it's safe, that scene is safe for legal representatives to actually enter and stay, as well as officers. So yeah, standards and basics need to be looked at.
Okay, but that still does not answer my question, because you specifically asked you're going to be looking at command, and I asked if you're going to be just looking at command or every single officer in general.
Every single officer. Again, I've kind of covered the improvement of standards. Tactical training plans. Essentially, I'd look to work with LSMS and LSFB. They were interested in, you know, we've tried to make sure that we are, we include them and we utilize them as best as we can. And so, you know, when I was first starting in the Firearms Division, a couple of years ago actually, we had JRU, Joint Response Unit, and it wasn't suppose it wasn't used as best as it could have been. And maybe that was because you had a firearms officer and an unarmed LSMS worker. I'm not saying that we then need to equip, medical and fire colleagues with firearms, but it's being able to ensure that we can provide more of a response from traffic colleagues and response colleagues, and set up teams that can go
Make
around.
a point regarding from our side with JR, well, what is now APR.
Yep.
So we had a recent situation where myself and
APR?
another person were waiting to go out, and we tried repeatedly for, I want to say, a week, and we got told, oh, maybe later, oh, or if even an answer at all. So I'll be honest, that's kind of dropped off a cliff, especially the last month, I'd say.
And it's disheartening to hear, because
It's
it's something that I would look to push to re-kick again or start again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna also add to that. Obviously, I understand the issue of having an unarmed LSMS employee going with an armed officer, but obviously now, since you guys are wanting to arm every single officer to defend themselves, which fair enough, I see the point. Again, is the issue of, how is joint response even gonna work with that? Because now everybody is gonna be armed, so you just end up at the same issue.
Yeah.
Risk assessments, essentially, we would still allow them to be crewed and still ensure that they are confident and happy with going with the LSMS workers and the LFE workers. But ultimately, every scene that we go in is a risk assessment. So it will be mindful from them as the armed asset in that vehicle that they feel safe, that they can enter and cover, subsequent individuals requiring medical. Firearms, I suspect, and other armed officers will still be on scene to provide wider containment and scene security. But it's trying to enable to make sure that we can provide more of an on-scene, I suppose, response instead of prolonging the time in which it takes to get individuals medical assistance. So it's just getting people to be mindful each time they enter a scene. Is it safe, and can we provide enough assistance that we can roll in APR? Did you say?
Yeah.
Or what was JRU?
Yeah. It was JRU. We had to rename it, so it's now Ambulance Police Response, which is APR.
Do you have any other questions, actually? Because I've got to move on.
I have a few questions from the LSMS side of things. One, this is something which I pointed out to Barrett earlier. How do you plan on improving relations between different divisions in LSMS? Because daytime comms aren't so bad, but evening honestly can be atrocious at points. We'll have PD officers just bring people to the lower pillbox, which, as you know, is a secure unit, and just get a local, won't even radio us. Other times, like, we'll be asking if we can receive assistance, and I've basically had an argument with Delta units over a radio, which is unprofessional in itself. And just how do you plan on improving those relationships and settling some of the fears that my staff have?
I think it goes back to my point of it. We're failing at the basics. We need to improve the standards. If we can get every officer to become competent, if they're dealing with an individual that requires medical, ask themselves a question: have you reached out to LSMS? And it is just trying to ingrain through police SOPs and procedures that they understand what they need to do and how they need to engage. And I'd like to think that through repetition and just much more kind of engagement with you guys, that they start to learn, actually, just ensure that there's more of a presence or a joint presence straight across the board of all of the emergency services. If people are disruptive and they're arguing, or they're being disrespectful to again, LSMS and LSFB workers, it just won't be tolerated.
Okay. My other question was, we have liaison for LFB and one for PD. And the PD one is vastly underused. Like, since when I was AMO, there was never really any PD liaison. And now Lando, who's our current liaison for PD, I don't think he's even had a single meeting with you guys or any one person that, you know, he can reach out to that's higher and bring concerns to that genuinely care about the concerns we have without brushing off what PD needs first.
If I may, who is our current? You inform me of who our current liaison is.
We don't currently know of a PD liaison.
Okay.
Lando is our current one. Before that, it was Kurt Kelly.
Okay, and who, when it happened, if it happened, who were they engaged with from the PD front?
I can't remember off the top of my head the name of who it was that didn't care. But like we tend to get our concerns get shut down, and like we try to understand the PD aspect side of things. We try to find a middle ground, but that more often than not we're shut down. Like, how do you plan on improving that side of things?
Getting people to realize that without you guys, it's just a dim and duller world. Can't feasibly do our jobs without you guys, and so people need to realize that and respect it.
Yeah. I
It's
appreciate
as
that,
simple
because
as
obviously
that.
you know how much hard work I've put in the last couple of months
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
get where we're at now.
Absolutely.
And the last thing I want to see is my team like concerned and frustrated with PD in particular.
There needs to be regular
yeah.
engagement, right, to identify the issues that are across the board, both internally and externally. And the external issues is something that, again, monitoring trends. How are we with that? Has it improved? Has it got worse? Why has it got worse, I'd say? And then it's just looking to identify and resolve those.
Okay. Unfortunately, I've got other things to deal with, but thank you for letting me sit in the short time I was here, and
Thank
I
you
hope
for your
the rest
time.
of this goes well for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's like to.
Oh,
Mr. Marshall,
let me out, please.
earlier on, no, you have to stay forever now. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Cheers.
You good? What are we doing, cuddling? What's happening? Anyway,
No.
Mr. Barrett earlier on suggested that, frankly, he cares more than you do. Now, I've worked with you as a chief superintendent, a position he currently holds. Two-part question, really, Marshall. Do you think he's a better chief super than you? And do you think he'll make a better commissioner? And if not, why not?
So I think he's a better chief super than I. Without being egotistical, Jack, I don't think so. Do I think he cares more than I? If he cared more than I, maybe he would represent our firearms division in court rather than just appearing after the court incidents had concluded. Maybe he would be there to support constables within the firearms division, again, representing the LSMET, representing SEO 19 in these legal procedures. But I've very rarely seen him in court.
I see.
Only ever really see him afterwards. And I don't think it's fair to not have an individual at the top that is there supporting, even if they're not directly involved.
I see. So you're suggesting that you'll offer a better level of support than he will to his other officers?
Simply because I probably give more of a shit, Jack. Yeah.
Okay.
Use my language.
It's funny because he claims the same thing. Nice to know two people at least give a shit inside the LSMAT.
Mr. Marshall, you've been in the LSMA a considerably longer time than Mr. Barrett. You'll have obviously seen things come and go, and past commissioners come and go, etc. Is there anything you seen did previously work that you would like to bring back or would like to adapt slightly?
I think it's understanding what we have and I suppose what are we missing, really? There's probably ways that internally how we deal with incidents that maybe the procedures behind it need to be refined
I've got
or
a question that I'm waiting
revised and slightly updated. If there's things in if we're missing anything or I don't know, frankly put, you know, it would just be taking a look from the top and understanding, because I'm limited within my current position in terms of what I have access to and what I can see across other divisions in terms of their internal procedures. I can have a rough idea, I can ask the questions, but whether I get the answers that I would like and whether they feel as if I should be privy to the information is another thing. People like to gatekeep information, which is just, when everyone's trying to achieve one goal, it's disruptive.
Yeah, I would very much agree with that. How would you pose yourself as commissioner? I've spoken to a couple of constables within LSMate with their concern about people being constantly focused on firearms, etc. How would you try and ensure a broad-ranged approach to everyone?
Speak to people, go on ride-alongs with people, get together and go and have a coffee with someone at UU or whatever outrageous drinks that they serve. Just get people together. It's just about the internal engagement. I think that you just need to understand, are people enjoying the job? And if they're not, why aren't you enjoying it? Are people the issue, or is it procedures that are the issue? It's just trying to understand the kind of choke points in other divisions that if they don't feel as if they're empowered to do their job, why not? What can we do about it?
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. That's been extremely helpful. Jack, Mr. Stroker, have you two got anything else?
Yeah, I've just got one thing. As the other person said I've already forgotten his name. He mentioned that he was going to put in policies to help improve the size of the police force and the recruitment drive and training. Do you have any policies or strategies for that side of things?
In terms of the kind of, I called it like tactical training plans, and within that, it's like the stand-up of interdepartmental response team. So, at the minute, I've heard rumors that unarmed can't go in and do their job because they get shot at. Okay, well, we can identify whether it's a group or if it's an individual, and we then embed firearms within there, on the short term until we can get the training across to other divisions to be armed. And even with that, and we then still lean in expertise from the firearms division to achieve the objective that they're looking to do. So say, for example, the same suspect, the same criminal has been beating officers on traffic stops. Okay, why not have firearms officer go plainclothes not plainclothes, but in the RTP uniform and ride with them to prevent that and have units on standby. And it's just trying to just create more of like just these mini task forces that can deal with problems as they come once we've identified and worked on what plans can be put in place to counter that. But it's just trying to get divisions to work together.
So you wanted more divisions to intermingle and go on shifts together,
including buddy systems. I mean, I've got Mr. Van Storm with me. I've got Buford with me this evening. He's an ex-police officer. He's recently got back into the force, and it's I wouldn't call it so much of like a buddy system, but if I can empower him to do his job and gain experience through some of the scenes that we're involved on, I'll risk assess it for entry. I'm not just going to go straight into the middle of it, straight into the heat of it, and put him at risk or any unnecessary risk. But it's just, I'd do it for a traffic officer. If he wanted to change of pace, or if she wanted to change of pace on shift on an evening, didn't fancy doing the traffic job, I'd go and speak to their command and just say, I'm just going to be taking this person out on shift for a few hours, and just allow them to experience a different side, get them in the uniform. It's just trying to build the relationships across the divisions.
I really like the sounds of that, and I hope if you become commissioner, it does happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
If you boys haven't got anything in front of me, I've got two more.
Yeah, on you go, Jack.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave you be, Marshall. You can get back out there, chase those pings. From my mathematics, you've worked under, I would say, close to 10 commissioners.
Mm-hmm.
Which are you most like? Smith, Roberts, Tucker, Sykes, Mint, Garcia, Space, Hamish, Blardwell.
You forgot Bowden, Jackson.
Yeah, I wasn't around then.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd say close to 10 though, right?
Yeah. they've come and gone. I don't know. If you want me to go, Hacker was good because he was almost like a man of the people. You know, yourself as well. You gave a shit, Jack. Use my language again, but you cared. You actually cared what people said, regardless of their rank, regardless of who they were, regardless of what division they did. You know, you wanted to hear how they were getting on, and you wanted to make sure that they felt valued. And that's quite close to me. I don't like people to feel as if they don't fit in, or they don't get on with certain people, or they feel as if they are not enjoying the job because they're not in the right division. You know, even if someone isn't successful in getting into the firearms division, I'd like for them to
You
at least
just brought up a
experience
good point.
a night with her, for example, if that's what they were interested in. But I just value the people over the job, Jack. I want to make sure the job's done well, right? But I also want to make sure that we have a good team of people that, if it goes tits up, at least we're all singing on a burning ship.
All right. And outside of equipping a lot of officers with class ones, what else would you do on day one that would be noticeable to the four of us sat across from you?
Probably have a cry behind a closed door. I don't know. Noticeable changes.
What would we see on day one when we'd go, he's got to work?
Probably working with you guys. I think engagement with you guys to understand what isn't working from us. What do we need to work on to make sure that there's like a joined up approach, or is there something that we're failing on? Because we need the LSJ system for the city to improve in terms of safety and security. And it will probably be direct engagement with the LSJ to understand, or at least set something in you know, the plan that we can have you guys come down and just try and support possibly, or identify issues that you're seeing within, that we can then in turn improve the standards.
Thank you, Marshall.
Because, just to add to it, you probably see through when it comes to sentencing, it can be a complete mess in the cells, or it can be a complete mess in the courthouse. It's the small bits that actually can make a big impact that we need to try and identify and address.
Yeah, good. So at the moment, it's a shit show.
I've just got one more question. As Jack has pointed out, you have been through a lot of commissioners, or you've seen a lot of commissioners.
Yeah.
How long do you intend to stick around to be commissioner? Do you just want to get the role, and then like sack
Absolutely
it off
not.
a few months down?
No, absolutely not. I've never been. Jack can probably attest to this. In fact, Jack probably wanted to offer me commander, or in fact, he did offer me commander, and I turned it down because at the time, I felt that, you know what, my heart's with firearms. As a chief superintendent of the division, I couldn't, in good faith, provide the same level of love, care, and attention that the other divisions deserve, and so I declined the position. I'm not one for positions. I'm not one for rank. I'm not one for power. If I can help, I will. If my voice is heard, it's appreciated. But that's essentially it. If I'm in the commissioner role, I'll serve my time until someone else comes along, or LSJ feel as if I'm not doing a good enough job, and I'm stood down.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I really appreciate that, and thank you for coming along. If nobody else has got any further questions, we'll draw this to a close then.
No, I'm good.
Yep, thank you very much.
Interesting that Mr. Barrett didn't tell you about the original one,
guys.
Marshall. I'm enjoying Firearms Main right now, let me tell you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Take care.
And you.
Well,
Anya, do you want to try and phone Marston and see if he'll come down?
if he is in city, I can.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab food. I'll be back up a second.
Oh, he is.
Well, apparently the mayor, or the person who wants to become the mayor, is having a meet and greet outside right now.
All right, now. Let's go look.
See what this meet and greet is.
services. All right. So what I want to do is I want to be funding businesses. Well, specifically a particular business. So let's say
Do not cross this
hypothetically
line.
we opened up a business like Burger Shop, right? Now this business was available to rent. You had to fill out an application, and whoever writes the best application becomes the new business owner, and they get put on like a month's trial, right?
Brilliant.
So you can hire.
That's what we want. That's what we want.
You can hire your employees, you can run the business, and if you do a terrible job, well, then you'll get sacked, and obviously somebody else will put an application in and we'll go from there. But if you do a good job, then obviously you can make a bit of money and you can like have a good time running your own business. So it'd be just like a one business, because obviously we've got a lot of garages and not so many food businesses, you know, and we do have some food businesses. Obviously it's always good to have competition, right? Now,
Economic.
absolutely. Now, I also think that the last mayor who came in here did a pretty terrible job in crippling the police in several aspects. One of those aspects was taking away the class 2 firearms, right, from all of the police. Well, 90% of the police officers.
Crime.com.
Now, as you may know, there's probably a ratio of 8-to-1 in terms of 8 class 2s on the street from criminals to everyone that the police has. That's a hugely disturbing ratio, and I aim to bring back class 2s to the armed force within the police force to help protect us, the citizens, and the streets of this fine city. Now, I also want a wage rise across all of civilian jobs. So that's not just emergency services, but that's also like if you're doing a bit of driving in your truck, delivering packages, perhaps you're just doing the bus job, being a bus driver. You get paid a bit more, incentivizing people to do civilian jobs, which I think is very important and crucial to this fine economy that we've got here in this city. I also think that we need additional funding to LSMS and LFB to prioritize rebuilding our medical and emergency services. Okay, this is very important to me specifically, all right? We've got a lot of people working for LFB. We've got a lot of people, well, should I say, we've got a lot of people working for LFB and not so many people working for LSMS. And those numbers, those people who have been in the trenches for months and got no respect from the government. This is our time. This is our time to get respect for the people who put in the time. All right?
LFB on the uprise.
Yes. So with that, we're looking at the idea was to maybe raise fines for criminals by like 10 or 15%, maybe lower the time a little to compensate, but that additional percentage of fines will be used to fund the emergency services and LSMS and LFB, not including the police, because as we've discussed earlier, they get paid too much already. So specifically, LSMS and LFB getting that pay rise that you guys deserve, and also just specifically for LSMS and LFB, we're looking at increased benefits for you guys. Now, I wanted to know what kind of benefits would you guys, the people, be interested in, because money can only do so much. Is there any additional things that you may want that may make your job more attractive, that may make you want to come to work more often with a big smile on your face?
Go on, Kevin, area manager. Go.
Come on, Kevin, yeah, area manager. You know what you're saying. Let's go.
Kevin.
Kevin?
Benefits. Yeah.
Okay, straight you go then.
Hey, Axel.
Sorry,
Axel.
can I? Sorry, who is this person?
You say Axel.
My name's Sean Courtney, ma'am. I'm hoping to run for mayor in the near future, potentially.
Ooh, an active mayor. You already
That's
have my vote.
absolutely right. Well, thank you very much. I mean,
In
this
the
whole...
time I've been in the city, the last person that was an active mayor was Edward Gray. Probably a year and a half ago.
Well, there you go then. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This city needs a mayor, a man of the people, somebody who's going to be here in the trenches with you guys, helping make this city a better place.
whilst
on a active Angelico
So
2 minutes before the debate started.
as mentioned,
So
I'm not sure if you heard before.
yeah, it's not a good
Miss
situation.
with the pink hair, but
We did not. Continue.
I'm going to quickly run through a list of our policies for the people who've just joined us. So, number 1, crack down hard on gang violence as it's rife within the city. We also want to prioritize citywide business funding. That would include like opening maybe a food business, let's just say hypothetically Burger Shot. That place would then be available to rent. You'd have to, similar to like Jewel Dragon, you put in an application. Whoever's application is the best will become the owner of this property or the renter of this property for a month. You get put on a trial period, and if you do a terrible job, you get sacked. Next person steps up, and if you do a good job, then you get to reap the financial benefits of running a food industry business, okay? The next policy was to allow increased numbers of Class 2 firearms to be utilised by our police force, which was taken away by our previous mayor. And as Class 2s are rife on the streets with criminals, it seems only fair to replenish the stock with the armed officers at the police force so that they have a better chance of fighting and cracking down hard on crime. We also want to add additional funding to LSMS and LFB to prioritise rebuilding our medical and emergency services. The way that we plan on doing that is by increasing criminal fines by 10 to 15%, maybe lowering time slightly just to compensate for that, and using that additional funding to fund LFB and LSMS with better equipment, pay rises, and potentially, and this is an important one, increased benefits as well. Now, I want to hear what kind of benefits would you guys, the people who work the job, what kind of benefits are you interested in? You want sick pay? Well, I'm sure that can be arranged.
Let's respond to that.
That's all you want? Nothing else?
Not for me, maybe ask someone else.
Well, obviously, have a think about it. I mean, I was thinking, like... I mean, I don't want to cash any checks, like, make any promises that I can't keep, you know? But, obviously, it's a hard job. People have been in this job for, especially, like, LSMS and LFB, you guys have been in the job for a long time. Like, Miss, how long have you been in LSMS for?
Since June last year.
How are you?
So there you go, over a year. And what about you, sir, directly in front of me? LFB, how long have you been in the fire service for?
Around 7 or 8 months, I'd like to say.
And how about you guys in the back? How long have you been in LFB for?
10 months.
And we still not had a pay rise in them 10 months.
That's exactly what I mean, guys. You need to be treated better. Well, I don't know whether that's just saying something about your performance or whether you just not got the funding to do that. I'm not sure, but either way, we
definitely need better funding.
That's what I mean, guys. Now, I've already spoken to one potential police commissioner who has vowed to allocate some funding from the police budget as, in his words, there is money readily available there, which we can then also use on top of this increased fine system to help pay for renovations to LFB and LSMS.
Oh, I'm so happy for this.
Then finally, my final policy, which is something that we've been looking at for some time, is improving our prison system. As you're probably already aware, it's very much a one in and one out. People who go in get chewed up by the system and spat back out onto the streets. People are repeat offenders. Prison is almost a meaningless institution. We need to look at improving that and hopefully turning some of these repeat offenders back into regular, ordinary civilians.
What about government support so that LFB and SMS go, like, for recruitment drives and stuff?
So, what I plan to do if I do get elected as the mayor is form a small council. The small council will consist of the police commissioner, the head judge, also the district attorney, probably a gold or probably a red command member from LSMS, LFB, and then we will all sit down and discuss ways that we can improve this city together. It's not just going to be me making all the big shots like Mr. Kipling we're going to be all in the trenches together, making this city a better place.
So
Day
if they
by
conclude
day.
you're doing a bad job, they'll get rid of you.
Exactly that, Mr.
Good.
Space. If I'm doing a bad job, if I'm letting you guys down, then it's the system to vote in a new mayor. That's what democracy's all about, guys.
Yeah.
Exactly. Does anybody else have any questions?
I just want to clarify. So you're going to reduce crime, but you're going to use the crime money, the money that's generated through crime, to give everyone pay rises. Yeah.
Not everyone, but most people. Yes, that's right.
So less people are going to commit crime, which means less fines are going to be laid, but we're going to be spending a load more money. Yeah.
Well, you know, it's difficult to reduce crime like threefold, you know? Like, yes, we may reduce some crime here, crime may appear elsewhere, but we might as well make hay whilst the sun shines, sir. At the end of the day, if criminals are running rife throughout the city as they currently are, we might as well use that to better our city in other ways until we can find ways of reducing crime permanently.
But I give PD something to do every day, so me not doing crime would stop PD, which means people aren't earning as much money, because there's enough crime-related going on. So you cutting down on the crime is going to cut down on police actions, which means a lot of people won't want to be a police officer, which therefore is a
stupid motherfucker.
That's probably good, because there's too many police officers and they get paid way too much money as it currently stands, miss.
And no
Do you know how much the average
evangelical.
policeman gets paid, miss? He gets paid more than me and all these LFB and LSMS employees put together.
How much is that?
Gets paid more than our commissioner.
How much is it, by the way, just for educational purposes?
Sir, at the front, you know exactly how much. What did you say to me earlier? A police academy recruit gets paid more than you guys.
Trainee police officer gets paid more than our commissioner, which I think is ridiculous.
How much does your commissioner get?
How much is that?
I'm going to keep that to myself.
Well, I'll tell you, I used to earn 4,000 every half an hour
Jeez, I'm in the wrong page.
as a commissioner, so how much will
That
I get?
is insane.
You would not be able to get into PD.
No, it's not insane. My car's a sit.
Well,
So
that may be
so
Mr. Space.
how much the LFB's Red Command get? I'm curious.
I've got my
How
hand up and no one's coming to me.
Are we talking like significantly less than that?
Well, yeah, but how much?
Yeah. I don't need a number, but if you're saying significantly less, then we can assume it's at least $1,000 an hour less, perhaps more, which is a lot of money. Do you know what you can buy with $1,000? Sir, with your hand up on the left-hand side, what is your question?
What's your thoughts on functional coffee and vending machines?
Great question.
That is a really good question. So, sir, if humour me, how much is a cup of coffee currently in the vending machines?
More than LFB get paid, I think.
I don't know. They don't work.
They don't work at all?
No,
Yeah, none of the vending machines work in this city, apart from the ones that businesses own.
Right, well, we'll definitely be looking into those vending machines. I'm going to write it down as we speak.
Can't we just pay LFB with coffee? Wouldn't that just solve two issues at once?
The commissioner gets paid 3,190.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I should have been paid more. I was getting underpaid then, because I do 3 times the work he does.
Can't confirm. He did a lot.
So I was getting underpaid. I think the commissioner should get a pay rise. Courtney, get on that, mate.
I mean, I think the people who, in my personal opinion, people deserve to get paid more, especially people in LFB and LSMS who have been in the job. They've not seen any pay rises for a long time. They've not had a lot of love. I think the police department personally gets a lot of, they get a lot of pay rises, they get a lot of changes, a lot of like updates to the system. And so I think initially they're not really going to be my first focus other than the policies I've stated already about the class 2s.
Would you be working for free, Mr. Courtney?
I mean, I personally don't need a huge salary. I just need enough to be able to buy some tostados from the shop. I'm a simple man, Mr. Space.
What's happening about the class 2s?
Fair enough.
What's happening with class 2s?
Class 2s?
So the previous mayor, as you're probably all well aware, decided to cripple our armed services by removing many class 2s from the job. As you may be unaware, the ratio to class 2s on the street is currently 8 class 2s roughly to a criminal to every 1 class 2 for an armed unit, which personally is unacceptable. We're going to be looking at restoring additional Class 2s to the armed department at the police force
It's
to help
probably
crack
because they was
down.
abusing them. That's why they probably lost them. Let's be honest.
Where did you get
mean-
these figures from? 8 Class 2s to 2 PD armed. I never see 8
you
Class
tell
2s
me.
on the
I'm
streets.
not a criminal. I can only go off the information that I've got, miss. But let's just say there's significantly more Class 2s on the streets than there are armed units to defend the populace. And I'm not going to say like every single officer is going to be walking around with a Class 2. That's not how it's going to be. But there is going to be increased numbers, something I will have to speak with the police commissioner about to find a fair and accurate number to help defend the citizens of this fine city. Right, does anybody else have any additional questions?
Is anyone going to be running against you?
Great question. I think Bill Sykes.
So honestly, at this moment, I'm not entirely sure. I'm fairly sure people will come out of the woodwork and want to run against us once an election is potentially in place in the future. I'm just announcing myself as a potential candidate should the election happen. Obviously, I welcome friendly competition.
in front of City Hall.
Whoever gets the job as the mayor,
We're waiting
will
in the meeting
do
room.
a much better job than the current mayor we've got right now.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, okay, well, I did not know that you wanted him upstairs. I said we're out front, but yeah, we can go in there.
That's interesting then. Running for mayor, but there's no... Well, the mayoral candidate seems interesting.
I'll be very clear, he's not a mayoral candidate. We don't have a mayoral campaign in the works.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people listening to what he has to say, but obviously if there's no actual election to run, then yeah.
Not at the minute, anyway. There's discussions happening whether we want one or not, but he's been told that at this point there isn't one.
Shalom all. How are we doing?
How we doing, Mr. Marston?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we're not too bad. We went to the debate that happened at Mission Row at 7 o'clock. Turns out that you and Marshall didn't know about
Oh,
it.
see, I wish I knew it was a thing. No, I was too busy responding to police calls, unfortunately. So I do apologise about, you wasting your time. Oh,
No, don't worry. We got to speak to Mr. Barrett, and then we spoke to Mr. Marshall separately as well. So I mean, that's
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna excuse myself and be in my head for a couple of minutes. You just go ahead, start off. I also let LSMS know, so somebody might be coming upstairs, but all the doors are unlocked, so it should be okay.
This is just your opportunity, Mr. Marston, to ask us questions. Let us ask some questions if you're up to it.
My opportunity to ask you questions, sorry.
Both, really. Maybe what you want, what you think we should expect, or what you it's an opportunity for a
Are you wanting like a commissioner pitch? Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, sure.
You want a pitch, right? Do you want to go now? Is anyone else coming, or should I give it?
At this point, it's just us, I think. Yep.
Yeah, I got a feeling that semester on the way.
I'll give it a couple of minutes then. Give it a couple of minutes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It should be fine.
What do you know?
I have a question that's unrelated.
I'll keep it open.
Well, normally what I do is I still use shampoo, even though there's no hair, but it gives that shine. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask, did you shave your head for Movember?
No, it's aerodynamics, mate. It's for aerodynamics, performance enhancing haircuts. Thank you.
Will you be making those mandatory throughout the fall?
I would not, but I've always highly recommended it, as you know, obviously from your previous time in police. You do run quicker. But I'm assuming you remember it now. Do you not remember? Thank you, Mr. Space. So pitch time. Hi everyone. How are you all doing? We good? We good? We
Yeah,
good?
we're
We having
good.
a good
We're
day?
good.
Nice
Yeah,
day.
we're
Nice
still
day.
waiting
Love
for
that.
Lando, but
Okay,
I'll
never
pass on
mind.
the pitch.
Crack on, Marston.
Crack
Yeah,
on.
go
Steady
for
line.
it.
So, right, pitch. Okay, we need change. Police force. I don't know. I'm not asking your opinions on it, but I think he's not doing very well. He's kind of in the ground, kind of a bit dead and buried. Okay, been a bit stale. I feel like there's a more hyper focus on certain areas of the police force than others, specifically firearms. The hyper focus on looking at kind of the firearms aspect of the police department,
See you later, mate.
in my opinion, has neglected the rest of everyone that's there, which has basically ruined morale for any other officer that doesn't have a firearm. Meaning you've got less police around the city, meaning there's been a hell of a lot more crime. I mean, you see people rocking about places like Legion Square, the hospital with firearms out, because we just physically don't have the amount of people there because the morale's been ruined. Now, I've seen that the other two candidates have kind of said, as pretty much one of the main policies, is just to give everyone a firearm and that'll fix it. I completely disagree. I don't think that's the move. I don't think that's the way forward. What I'm proposing and what I'd like to do is I would like to completely eliminate the idea of divisions within the police force and move it to one kind of team of being a police officer. It was a message that Mr. Space used to say when he was a commissioner, that you're not an armed police officer, you're not a traffic police officer, you're not a SOCA officer, you're a police officer, you're a response officer at base. Now, I feel like that message and that kind of idea has been lost over time. And if you don't have a gun, you're not really worth people giving a shit about. So that's what I'd like to do. I want to remove all divisions, move it to a certification base. So pretty much every officer has the ability to kind of have access to everything they want. So it'll be 3 main certifications, those being pretty much the 3 divisions that are there now: firearm certification, advanced driving certification, and a detective certification. Once you kind of move into the major ones, so you get trained in advanced driving, then other subdivisions would certifications, my apologies, would then become available. Things like the interceptor, the boat, that sort of thing. But I think the benefit of moving from divisions to certification base is it stops kind of the divide within the police force. Because at the moment, it feels like there's 4 police forces: traffic police, firearms police, so forth. They don't really work together. You don't see them going about together. They kind of just sit in their own little groups and kind of just do their own thing. So that's my kind of major pitch. I won't sit here and waffle for 25 minutes about it. I feel like it's just become very divided. The basics have been completely forgotten. It's kind of just they're only interested in guns, nothing else, meaning there's a lot of crime going on in the city that just kind of don't get attended to. And the morale within the police force, I think, is at an all-time low. People are just not coming on duty. You've got members of the public getting annoyed because they've obviously not got the amount of police officers around the city to attend every call as we should be doing. Meaning places like local businesses are getting robbed, mechanics are getting taken hostage a lot more than they were 2-3 months ago. So I believe that will kind of reinstate a bit of morale in the police force and also kind of improve the standards, keeping everyone as one big group, not just 4 different groups doing their own little thing. It'll be easier to manage. Thoughts and feelings, everyone.
I think we're shell shocked.
There's lots of thoughts, lots of feelings. My concern is, okay, you've got your certifications. How do you then focus people on tackling the larger gun crime, the larger drug crime, the larger petty crime?
There will still be a case of there will be certifications where. So let's go back to when I said there's 3 main certifications. So I focused kind of on driving as an example. We'll move on to the firearm certification. The main certification would give an officer access to a Class 1 firearm. Then, once you've got that certification, there'll be other kind of sub-certifications that they can move into. 1, if they want to, and 2, the command team think that person's a suitable candidate for that. Things such as I don't know, we can have a specific raid team where you get a certification to be able to go look at raids. You've obviously got, as the third certification, a detective certification. So you're still going to have people looking into kind of the major crimes, the massive drug bust, the big firearms. It'll just be a case of it'll be a lot more open for other people to get involved with doing, rather than secluding it to just the same group of 20, 25 people. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Kind of. Mr. Speaker's got a question.
Yeah. You've sort of come in, you've gone, I don't think giving everyone a firearm is the solution, sort of taking shots there, ironically, towards Mr. Barrett, Mr. Marshall.
Mhm.
Although with the certifications you tend to bring in, is there not a possibility that everyone will be armed anyway?
So yeah, so let me reword what I said before. So
Right.
it was kind of taking shots at them. I think they've taken a lazy approach, and they're
I'm
just
surprised
saying
I'm surprised
we're
they weren't here
leaving
when
it
the
as
shots
it
fired
is.
went off, Mr. Marston. Sorry, not
Yeah,
the time,
no,
is it? Not the time.
no,
Sorry
no,
about
don't
that.
interrupt me again. So I think they've taken a lazy approach where they're not looking at a bigger picture. They're not looking at the morale of other officers and how everyone's performing as an entire team. They're just going to go, well, give everyone a gun. Hopefully, they'll just be quiet and let the armed division still just crack on and do the big stuff. So it can be a case of, maybe it is a case of every police officer just start carrying a class 1. However, I think they also restructure of the entire removal of divisions, just making it one big police force rather than 4 different police forces. I think that is a change that's there to kind of improve the police force and the rest of the city, rather than just a lazy give everyone a gun. Mr. Space, back to you.
Yeah, will it not inevitably just fall into those categories anyway, where you've got officers that are in like enhanced certification of
thoughts.
firearms and detectives and driving? So after a month, everyone will sort of collectively be at the same point, but then after a month, there'll be these divisions that will create again. And how do you avoid cliques developing once again?
Well, so the command team will obviously be a reduced number of what we've got now. I couldn't tell you how big the command team is at the moment, but it's got to be north of 30 people. It'll obviously be reduced just to one singular command team of just the police command team. And obviously, cliques, you're never going to completely eliminate cliques. It's not something, you'd like to kind of hear, but it's just a reality. It's more of a, we need to limit kind of what cliques are about and what they're kind of doing. So at the moment, a clique is just an entire division not interacting with other people. Now, I feel like even though there'll be people with detective certifications and, let's say, raid certifications, however, on a day-to-day basis, they'll just still be a normal police officer. So, in theory, that should then mean that they should be going out, responding to every single type of call, interacting with every single type of police officer, because they're all going to be police officers. I mean, something I want to look at doing, it doesn't sound very big for someone that I don't think's within PD, would be to kind of look at changing the uniform. I feel like having 4 different uniforms for 4 different divisions is another thing that kind of segregates everyone. So, oh, well, he's wearing the same uniform as me, so I'll go speak to him. He's wearing a different one to me, I'm not going to speak to him. So everyone's kind of wearing the same thing. Everyone's in the same police department. Everyone's just a basic police officer. Yes, you get other certifications, like you say, the raids, which will happen if we're raiding something. However, on an everyday State 2 duty, the theory is that everyone will just be an ordinary police officer responding to every single call, not just the firearms ones.
So-
Obviously, we'll monitor that with the command team as best we can. I can't say exactly what it'd look like in a month, 2 months' time, but the theory is that the command team that'd be there, it'd be a lot smaller, meaning communication between the command team is going to be a lot easier. And in theory, it should be easier to kind of control everything.
Thank you, Mr. Marston.
Well, thank you very much.
Anyone else with any questions?
So I'm interested on your view, because I've asked this to both the other candidates. How do you plan on approaching improving SMS and PD relations? A couple of examples being, we have officers that will just transport to lower pillbox, get Dr. Local, there's no communications. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens enough to be concerning, and we've tried to deal with that situation multiple times. and it'll improve for a little bit, but then it will quickly
Go
tank
back to what
down
it was
again.
before.
Yeah, and it's very much a nasty cycle of things.
I think a couple things we could look at doing is working closer together, because at the moment I don't think I ever see PD and LFB or LSMS kind of working together on scenes. I'd like to see maybe some police officers kind of going around with some experienced paramedics for a night, seeing kind of how, when you respond to calls, what you do, what your kind of process is. And then that'll hopefully then give them a better understanding of what you do and how you do it, and then what PD can do to kind of enable you to do your job and assist you with it. In regards to people just turning up and speaking to Steve, the local doctor, obviously one of those things where we can't sit and look at everyone that's doing it, but it'll be a case of making it kind of a vocal point to actually make sure we speak to a paramedic that's on duty and interact with them. I know there is a code system in place for when we contact you and say what kind of code, what severity it is. It's something that doesn't get used, even though it's in place. Been making that kind of more of a vocal point and make sure people use that and give the right communications towards yourselves. We may be able to look at getting something like a liaison on each side, so a liaison from LSMS and a liaison from PD to kind of keep that communication stronger than what it is now. And if we find kind of officers that are just turning up and constantly not engaging with paramedics and just kind of speaking to John the local, then we have that kind of strong communication there to obviously feed that back to us. And obviously people that are doing that will be dealt with accordingly.
Okie dokie. That's all from me.
Is there anything you kind of want to see from us to improve it? Any ideas you've got?
Approved MVTs.
I don't think that'll do the LSMS, but thanks.
Honestly, just better communications in the evenings. I know I've mentioned this to other candidates about what was formerly JRU and now APR. We did try to bring it back when I was when Kurt, around the same time Kurt stepped down as CMO and I became CMO. Basically got stonewalled. I believe one of those incidents I know you tried to help us with. Just nobody wants to go out on APR with our team anymore.
I think
And
that's
some divisions,
another
I
issue
get
with
it,
firearms.
like with Delta units and with firearms, I understand. But response never want to go out with us, never want to take any of us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that comes back to the issue of all people want to do is be involved with firearms. And they see that as the be all and end all of there's a firearms call, it's the firearms team, I want to go do what they're doing, I want to go attend that. And obviously when you're with LSMS, obviously you're not going to attend those kind of calls. So I think that goes back to the issue that we were speaking about earlier, where it is just kind of more firearms focused rather than
I've
just being a police officer
question, but I'm
and
just
kind of
waiting to bring it up.
looking at other sort of calls, other sort of things you do on duty, like going with LSMS for a shift. I feel like it's just too hyper focused on the guns.
Yeah. One other thing I do have is from a medical side of things. I don't know if you'd agree with this. There's too many guns in this city.
Hey, fam.
How do you plan on handling that? Because admittedly, I know there's been a lot of raids and stuff like that with OCGs. Believe me, we've picked up a lot of them. How do you plan on kind of curbing how many guns are getting into the city? People getting quote unquote taxed on bin runs for trying to do a casual civ job? What's your plan with all that side of things?
So regarding kind of OCGs and kind of, groups that have access to quite a large amount of firearm, obviously we'll still have kind of detectives working on kind of building cases and getting those kind of raids to get obviously those firearms off the streets. They'll obviously work with Like say, if we did have something like a raid certification, they'd obviously work at obviously gathering information regarding that, and going through that sort of motion and getting them gone that way. Regarding things such as people getting, as you've said, quote unquote, taxed for doing a simple civilian job, hopefully that with improved morale, moving to everyone's a police officer, not just 4 segregated different divisions, it'll increase the number of police that are on the streets. With a firearms certification, obviously that it's going to be a case of, Mr. Space alluded to it, there is a chance that pretty much every officer might become armed. They might be carrying at least a minimum of a Class 1 firearm. If they are doing that and the numbers increased, obviously that's going to be a visual deterrent from people going around waving their kind of firearms around, quote unquote, taxing people for just doing their job. So in regards to that, it's just a case of the hope is it'll increase numbers of PD around the city, and if it becomes a case of everyone becomes Class 1 certified, then that's obviously a visual deterrent from them doing it.
Okie dokie. One final thing. If you do like a recruitment drive, stuff like that, if you don't feel like people are suitable for, say, PD, for example, would you plan on maybe directing them towards us or LFB? Because I know LSMS numbers have drastically improved over the last couple of months, and LFBs have drastically decreased over the last couple of months. Everybody seems to just want to do PD, and that's the be all end all for a lot of people.
It's something we can look at doing. If we kind of have someone there that we think might be an asset to either yourselves or LFB, we can sure kind of present that as an option for them and kind of lead you towards that. I think we need a massive clear out in PD as well. I think there's a lot of people here who are not here for the right reasons. So when that happens, we will make sure to kind of make sure that they know that you two are there as an option.
Okay. That's all from me.
I've got a bit of a two-pronged question. So you say you're getting rid of department divisions. How does that mean about the high command structure? And then secondly, if you have inadequate officers within those divisions, or obviously inadequate officers, or officers that have issues within the police force, how would they have a structure to seek help or you to seek punishment?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said earlier, so it'd be a case of, instead of having 4 separate command teams that then all kind of pivot into one once it gets to red command, it'd just be a case of having a smaller, just one specific command team that looks over the entire police force. So there is still going to be a command structure in place. There's still going to be a chain of command for people to follow. I think as well, with making it smaller, it's going to give other ranks more kind of, not power, but if, for example, if I said to you, a sergeant, realistically, do you see them as a higher up in PD?
James, you're doing it again, please. Oh.
For me, it's more like gold command and up, in my opinion.
Right, so I think the reason that is because there's so many of them. So having a smaller team will obviously benefit the sergeants and inspectors, allowing them to kind of take more of a command role in PD. I think having it a smaller team as well means that the quality in that team will be a lot better than just having 4 massive command structures. But like I say, there will be an outlined direct chain of command for everyone to either speak to, or for any sort of punishment they need to go, it'll be able to follow the chain of command that's there. It'll just be, instead of having 4 different ones, it'll just be one base chain of command. Everyone has the same chain of command, no confusion. Everyone knows what they're doing.
I do apologise. I need to go and attend to a call. I hope the rest of this goes well for you.
Thank you very much. See you later.
SMS ping chasing again.
Wow.
Thanks,
Looks like there was a gun involved.
Someone let me help, please.
Mr. Marston.
The door.
No,
she's locked.
She stays here now.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Mr. Marston.
Hello, Mr. Space.
I spoke to Mr. Marshall and Mr. Barrett earlier. Both suggested that they care more than the others. I wondered if you find that to be the case as well. Mr. Barrett, I know, has previously been a commissioner. Mr. Marshall, of course, being a chief inspector, as a chief super in the armed division. You yourself have been a commander. and a chief superintendent. What makes you the outstanding candidate amongst the three of you?
If I can kind of return the question, so you've asked if they care.
I asked Mr. Barrett, I said, what makes you stand out? He says, I care more than they do.
I mean, just kind of addressing that. That's just a stonewall lie. All in my personal opinion, I don't want to slander them both.
No, please do. That's why I've asked the question.
Fantastic, no worries. So, if we just kind of Barrett, we'll look at Mr. Barrett first. Came into the police force, attached himself to a loud man, Rupert Glotridge Fuller, rest in peace. Obviously, with the
he's
soul.
Not, he's not dead, is he?
Oh well,
I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, so he attached himself to him, and the whole purpose was to realistically end up in firearms. Straight to firearms, which is what he did. He went into traffic for a week, 2 weeks maybe, and was moved straight to firearms and has not looked back ever since. Pays no attention to any other divisions within the police force. So all he cares about is getting his gun, chasing guns, and that's it. He cares I don't believe he cares about any unarmed officers, the morale of any other officers, just his armed group. Marshall, on the other hand, I believe has previously paid attention to kind of other officers on the unarmed officers. But once again, they're both sat in armed. They're both kind of only done armed for a long, long time. It's kind of all they give a shit about. And something I think everyone needs to be kind of a bit wary of. I love her, but Miss Rainey Stewart, it's been seen previously once Marshall gets kind of some sort of a rank or power within the police force, she seems to immediately follow him and kind of just, somehow wields her way into kind of more power.
Will the same thing happen with Toby Brooks and you, Mr. Marston?
No, and I knew that was going to be a question. And my kind of proof for that is...
Where is he?
Well, that is also one. But let's say Toby Brooks came back on duty. There is no one in the police force that's punished Toby Brooks more than myself. I've demoted Toby a total of 4 times since being his higher up. No one else tells him off more than me. Just because I can see that I've got a good relationship with him doesn't mean that I can put the relationship to the side if it is needed and look at things from a professional standard and the benefit of the police force. I have punished him more than anyone else in the police force. It's not even close.
I see.
And he might be getting demoted in about 2 days anyway. So
lovely stuff. Rupert coming back, is he? I asked just a final point. Are you right there?
Sorry, didn't I? Drink it. Cool.
Just quick ask Marshall this as well, so I feel I'll ask you. You've seen a lot of commissioners in your time, Mr. Marston. Marshall's seen, I think, 12 we counted collectively.
Right.
I assume a similar number for yourself. Which one are you most like?
That's a fantastic question.
Thank you. You should be commissioner. No, that's joking, by the way, guys.
Mint did very well with you.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
It did go downhill after that. I would like to say it's quite hard to pinpoint someone because I feel like every commissioner has once again had more of a focus on the big things, the firearms, the SOCA units. I feel like I'm the first person that's running for a commissioner spot and kind of the first person to be in Red Command for a long, long, long time that has the sole purpose of every single officer rather than just the people with the guns. So I'd like to say that the closest one, maybe, was he a commissioner? Was Wallace a commissioner?
No. Well,
I think he was.
Not as Wallace, no.
No, I believe he was briefly.
Oh, maybe as a cousin. Anyway.
No,
I think you're wrong on this one, Mr. Space.
I'm pretty sure. In between, or during.
It wasn't a long time, was it?
It was briefly, and it was an interim, I believe.
Yeah.
Doesn't count.
It does. I think he resembles me the closest as kind of paying attention to every single police officer rather than just the big things. That's not an insult to you, Mr. Space, but I don't believe you ever did. I don't believe you ever did your drive level 3 training, did you? And you went straight to SOCA and then got your gun out. Harris Mint as well. Every gun all the time.
You still are in those command meetings with every single division every week, or no?
No.
Interesting.
Hey, Answer, thanks for the raid.
Were you having them before I arrived? No, interesting.
Hope you had a good stream. Obviously, you've seen you quite a bit today in character.
Of course.
That's my answer. There you go.
Do you know what? I wish Mr. Murray and Mr. Wed were in the room because I tell you what, they treat you the fuck up.
Would they? I mean, none of us said it in a meeting. But like I say,
this has been interesting
no,
today.
I think every other commissioner that's ever existed was mainly focused on firearms and drugs. I think I'm the first one to come with a fresh set of minds and look
What
at
I
every
did in
other
my
officer.
spare time, Mr. Marston, was up to me. Anyway.
Listen, whatever you and Delta One did, keep
No,
it off camera.
me and Romanov now, mate.
Are you alleging that they did drugs or were focused on drugs?
G17 classified. I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. Appreciate your time.
Pleasure as always.
I have
Have
a
a great.
question for Marsden, actually.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Who?
How are you going to fix the MDT issue?
What's the issue?
People not filling out MDTs properly.
I feel like what's required. I feel like the detail and everything that's required on a basic MDT is too much, and it's making other officers not want to do it. I think that the MDTs that have loads and loads and loads and loads of information for things such as huge court cases, they need the detailing. They need someone to sit there for 20, 30 minutes and fill it out. However, I think that currently the detail that's been needed for someone that's robbed of Angelico, stabbed 2 people, tried to run over an officer, and was arrested, I don't think that we should be spending 20, 30 minutes on that MDT because it's an open and shut case. They've pleaded guilty. We've got multiple officers there that've seen it and can obviously testify it's happened.
Obviously,
I
if they
think that's
pleaded
diverting
guilty-
people and not wanting to do it. I think
If
it
they
needs to
plead
be
guilty,
reduced.
like honestly, like, if they plead guilty, yeah. However, officers have this mentality of they arrest a person, send them off, don't do the MDT, or the person doesn't plead guilty, the officers don't fill out the MDT, so I have to, whenever I get told, or which is probably about a day before the court case, and I have about an hour or two to submit evidence, I have to run around and try to get every officer, every statement, everything down. It's just kind of like I want that change to not happen.
Right. I mean, I can't obviously sit and hold everyone's hand and make sure they're at the MDT. However, what I can say is that it'll be a case of we will spend more time and put more effort into checking MDTs because I don't think people sit and actually check that people have filled them out. I will make it
Maybe.
also more of a vocal point to kind of express the seriousness of doing it. If someone's not pleading guilty or it's something that may lead into a further investigation, to actually spend the time and do it. And if they don't do it, I'd like you to basically tell me who's not doing it, because then they'll be dealt with accordingly.
I'm
But I would
already
make-
looking at MDTs.
The
Say that again, sir?
issue,
I'm already looking at MDTs.
Oh, fantastic.
the one issue with if they're pleading guilty is if it's still over a certain amount of months, the judge will still need
Yeah,
a certain
yeah,
amount
yeah,
of
yeah.
evidence to process that guilty plea.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but if it is a case of is it 60 months? Am I having a bit of a
Yeah,
brain
60
fart?
months and they have
If
to
it is
report.
60 months, the officer should be sat there and doing at least 10 to 15 minutes. You don't need in-depth evidence if they pleaded guilty, but to get the
You just
basic
need to
stuff.
say what
So-
happened, what you witnessed and stuff like that.
I also-
put,
oh,
put
sorry, go on.
evidence if possible.
I think the
I-
template's confusing. Not confusing. I think the template's overwhelming for people. I think
If
they
it-
see it and they go, "Oh, I can't be arsed doing that." So I think we might need to maybe sit and go over them and kind of maybe restructure them a little bit to make it kind of a little bit more inviting for people to want to do it. I know it sounds really stupid, but sometimes people will put that template in and just go, "Fuck off." Do you know what I mean? It's like, "Oh, I'm not doing that." I can't.
Because
bother."
what's the template currently?
There's about 17 of them.
What I want to see happen is, so you got the main heading, you what the crime was and stuff like that, what time it happened, blah blah blah, and then I want the main, the name of the person, and then I want, say if it's one person, I want their name, and then I want every single officer statement under that, and then I want photos underneath that. Simple. Literally.
So, what I'd say, so I'm looking at the template now. It's all kind of blocked off, and they've got loads of colours. There's fucking purple writing and green writing. At the bottom, there's a flipping custody statement. I mean, if you need it in an MDT to read out, you probably shouldn't be a police officer. But get rid of the custody statement. I don't see the point of having the suspect on the incident description. Then also, when you look to the right of the tablet, you have the suspect, and then you can go on to the suspect and then put his involvements within there. I think it'd just make it a lot cleaner and a lot less intimidating to fill out. Because when you have to scroll,
what
I
we're
think people
saying
go,
is we need a lot more work between the LSJ and the PD to help simplify things for what can be and can't be processed.
Yeah, pretty much. I just think that it can be a bit intimidating putting this template in place, having to scroll. I think you need the location, the description, the vehicle, pictures,
What time
and then
they're
the
arrested.
involvement. I don't.
No,
don't
because
need- that's pretty much when the respectfully when the MDT got made. Like there should be a time frame in the title. The title is always should be the crime committed, the date, and the time.
Yeah.
So if it isn't, then they're not doing the job right. But I think we need to simplify it because I think a lot of people put the template in and go.
He's making a
"Cannot
lot
be
of points.
asked."
A lot of good points.
Personally, I just think that I get that you want as much information as possible. However, people aren't doing it. So we need to find a way to make sure people are at least giving you information that you can use. Not
Yeah, I
just
agree.
scan.
I don't think MDTs are like, if they're pleading guilty, don't need to be filled in.
Well,
However,
they need
if
to be
it's
filled
going
in,
to
just
court,
not with pure. They just need a
yeah,
basic
yeah,
description
don't
of
need
what
like
happened.
details. However, if it's going to court, I need every statement from officers. I need photos. I need evidence to show they were there, because I'm sick of going on to MDTs and there is one line of an officer, and it's just saying what happened, nothing else, no statements, no saying they saw this, they saw that, and I'm not happy when people do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I say, from when I kind of look at MDTs, obviously, commander of really the unarmed police at the moment, I look at what traffic and response are filling out, and obviously they're not really filling out the big ones, like the investigations. I
Yeah, that's also
aren't
fair.
really seeing people, so I can make sure to kind of communicate with them and review their MDTs and make sure people are doing that, so you can actually do your job.
Yeah, because whenever I go to court and I look at the MDT and there's fucker there, Marston told them if you do become commissioner that if there is not if I believe there is not sufficient evidence, I will tell them fuck off kindly.
Yeah,
to be fair, even as a Red Command member, it could do that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it'll get told.
I mean,
respectfully, if they haven't done if we haven't done our job, it is not then your job to go around and run and make sure that you can collect everything. If we haven't done our job, then respectfully tell them to fuck off, get the name, and come report it to High Command, and they'll get sorted. Because it's not for you to go fix up their mess for not doing their job.
I've done that about 5 times, and it's not fun.
I'm going to
Who
be
have you
on
spoke
radio.
to?
Actually, no, I'm not going to be on radio. I'm going to go sleep. If you need me, just give me an email.
Do you know how this is going to be really easy? Do you know if we get
stop,
we get rid of divisions,
I need to
right?
talk to you for a
and it just
second.
becomes one straight
Oh my
chain of
God,
command, not
Angus.
4 different ones where no one knows who the fuck's talking to each other. It'll be so
I'll
much
be
easier
in
to
the
get things
main
like this
halls,
sorted out.
the main reception hall.
Yeah, I think when
I'll be on my way down.
Same with you.
I'm going to have to go, but thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thank you very much for your time.
I think, I mean, I'm assuming you're going to have your position as Red Command if Sunny or...
Main hall.
Jesus Christ! Oh my heart.
Right. I have received LSMS's document from your freedom to request
Yes.
information. That's the only thing I've received so far is the LSMS
Angus, you're still
PDR.
about, right?
Yeah.
I can drag a psycho member down to actually properly investigate the situation with 3. Can we do it?
Yeah, of course.
Do that then. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I've got LSMS. They've sent me a document from their report. PD, I'm waiting to hear back from.
Okay. The one thing I've had is I had Mr. Lando come and speak to me. Apparently, Mr. Gibbs has been attempting to get medical records without correct authorization.
Yeah, trust me, I know, and it's being dealt with.
Okay, just thought I'd let you know. I don't know if he'd mentioned it to you, but he brought it to me, and obviously HIPAA violation and all that. Going ahead.
Yeah. I've been informed, and it's a discussion I need to have with Mr. Gibbs. However, it's a bigger discussion I need to have with him because his conduct and his attitude is just not to the standard that we need it to be.
Okay. As for that case, I do have the medical records because I was with my client who requested his record and I was given his information. However, due to LSMS not having
Yeah,
access
quick question, by
to
the way. When are we, sharing our opinions on who we want to support?
We can do it tomorrow night because McKendrick's not about, and we kind of need everyone about.
Fair enough, but could we then do it in emails because I will not be about till literally 11 p.m.
Yeah, we can do that.
yeah, so
So this is why I asked for the time frame of the vote because I won't even be around
typical.
for the vote.
It's only one of us that can vote on behalf of LSJ anyway.
Yeah, well, you forget, I only you.
Well, then your opinion is invalidated then as an LSJ then. You can either make a decision with us or with them.
Yeah. But yeah, so some of his information that I have received is incorrect due to them
I mean,
only
I obviously
receiving a
cannot
name.
vote because by the time it's
No,
going
I
to be
cannot
held,
take
I will
two
be,
voices
you know,
at once.
at my dream
Jesus,
job.
Anya,
So.
mate. I didn't listen to a word that was. Sorry.
And I don't have a choice but to go with LSJ.
Coming off the radio. Go for it.
But yeah, so some of the information is incorrect with his CSN number and spelling of name and date of birth subsequently because of they only have access to a name that they are given from the police. And if they misspell that in their database, it comes up with the incorrect information.
Right. That's fine.
I'm assuming that will be able to be used in court still.
Yeah. I've sent you the document that they sent me, so you've got access to that now.
Thank you.
Is there approach for court date, or are you still in investigation, sort of?
I need the other information from the PD before approach
Right,
for court date.
Sure.
That is
I'll-
the information. Oh, that is similar to the information I had.
Right. Okay. That's fine. I really need to go and do some stuff in my head. I'll be about in the emails if you need me.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, now I'm gonna head for 2 minutes. Just
blood pressure, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's just basically what I've got. But I will.
See you later, mate.
Flanny, you wanted to speak to me at some point, didn't you?
He's in his head for a moment.
Alright. Apparently, LSMS
How you doing,
fucking
Nigel?
complained about me. I do not care.
What was that, sorry?
Apparently, LSMS complained about me, so.
Okay.
Skill issue on their part, honestly.
Wow. Richard's just being like, okay, yeah. How are you finding lawyer life?
I'm good.
Who do you think is the best candidate in your opinion?
Sonny, I don't think. I think the idea of removing apartments is going to fail horribly.
Yeah.
You know what
I
I mean?
quite
I'm
like
like,
Marshall.
I don't think I don't think he's got like the. I haven't talked to him actually.
Well, seeing as though Barrett only notified people like a few minutes before it was actually meant to happen, where we knew about it yesterday.
Right, mate. Are you the one running for commissioner? Can I speak to you? I have some questions. No, I can't speak to you. Seems like.
Is he coming here?
Yep, I need to speak to him. I've got a few questions regarding.
Did you see the guy that was apparently running for mayor, even though we've not got a mayoral run?
Yeah, I think he's a bit schizo.
Yes. Caused a very big parking problem, though.
What?
Did you not see all the cars that were parked up that were all down there?
No.
They even were parking on the grass as well. And then there was police here doing nothing about it. Even though they've just parked in a bus stop.
Angus, you still around, Joe?
He was in his head.
Bringing 3 members of Soka down, so I hope he's ready.
The firearms officer?
Yeah.
They called him the Ocean Man.
Ocean Man, I'll take you right
That's the
ahead.
one.
I was Navy SEAL that. Walking a bit quick here, boys. Can you slow down?
Yeah, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you.
Thank you, mate.
That's a pause for some water.
Good guns. Just locked the door back in. Oh.
Mr. Striker, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, decent, thank you.
Angus, you on this radio?
He's in head.
You let me know when he comes out, please.
Oh, this one.
Different office?
This one.
Is it this one? We were on the other one earlier.
Right. Like, tell me your pitch. I wasn't here when you were doing your thing.
I'll tell you what. What questions have you got for me? Because essentially, my pitch is around improving the standards of kind of.
How
general
can you
policing.
fix the MDT issues? I'm fucking sick and tired of this shit.
Tell me the issues.
People not filling out MDTs.
Crack down on the basics, as I told all of your colleagues earlier. We're failing on the basics at the minute. So I've said that, you know, I was asked, I think, one of the questions, what would day one look like? What noticeable change would I look to do? And it was around direct engagement with LSJ to identify the issues within policing that are kind of hindering you guys to do your job. And once we do that, then we can look at kind of disseminating that across all the divisions to ensure that ultimately we're not just failing on the basics that are required and mandated for court proceedings.
So what change I would like to see is I would like you to have someone or some people to look through every week, look through MDTs, take notes of people who
He
are
already
continuous.
answered this in the questions. Or he basically said he was going to work with the LSJ to look over everything.
Yeah.
Let me finish, Roker.
So sorry, yeah, carry on.
Right, what I want you to do, right, is I don't care what you said earlier, right? Whatever. I want you. Like.
Wow.
I'm sick, right? I want you to drill this into their head. Like, I'm sick of seeing officers cut across 3 lanes of traffic, go on the opposite side of lanes of traffic, speed up the road, doing jumps on hills. I'm sick of seeing it. It's very unprofessional. And if any people get hit, It's just an incoming lawsuit for PD.
Mr. Gibbs, no officer is above the law. So if they're not driving how they should be, if they don't have a valid reason and can't justify why they are driving in that mannerism, then they'll get pulled for it. They'll lose certifications and possibly just also lose their job, quite frankly.
And also, what are you gonna do about if you do become commissioner? Who are you gonna drag up to command? Who are you gonna de-rank to command and stuff like that?
That's going to be pending. So as I told your colleagues, the kind of an unpublished policy was around a command competency review. So looking at whether we currently have the right people in the right jobs across all divisions. So it's a pending change, but it is in my mind. Make sure that we do have the right people in command to lead by example.
You giving everyone a gun concerns me due to the fact that if you give a new recruit a gun, is the fact that if they get shot at, maybe they might get frightened of and like panic and not know what to do. Like
so again, it's got to be extensive training to ensure that they feel confident. The kind of training sessions that we'd look to hold would be small controlled groups where I can ensure that everyone that leaves the room is confident in terms of carrying the firearm and deploying and operating with the firearm. It's not all about just giving people a firearm. It's making sure that they have necessary tools, which comes down to negotiations and using their voice and understanding the power that they have with that voice to de-escalate and diffuse scenes. It's not just arming, it's just equipping them and empowering them to make sure that they have the confidence to go on to each scene and make sure that the current firearms divisions can extend themselves to kind of oversee and mentor them in a sense, to build confidence as well.
Would you have a minimum rank for giving the police guns?
So they'd say, for example, I don't know, Stevie Stavely joined the LS Met. He then wouldn't just be issued a firearm on day one or once he passed on to PC. He'd have to wait a minimum of 4 weeks before he's issued or looked at in terms of being certified to then carry a class 1.
What I would like to see, if for the PD, if they get issued a gun,
It's very demanding, isn't it? What I want
the
to
fact
see.
that they need to have a review of their MDTs, like just to see how competent they are, if they know what they're doing, and are not just in it for the gun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If people can't do the basics, as I said, if people fail on the basics, if they're on a scene and they neutralize an active threat and they provide medical, or if they fail to provide medical, then again it will be stripped because ultimately they're responsible for the suspect that they've just put down, right? To minimize threat. So it's making sure that they deal with everything full circle. Searching, ensuring that evidence is labeled, and that they can identify and provide all of the necessary information that you guys require to sentence them as well.
Because what I saw was it yesterday, where someone did get searched and
I referenced that when I was being questioned tonight. It shouldn't happen. It's the basics, and people are failing on it. So you need to stamp it out.
So what we saw the other day is the PD got held hostage, and it's just how are you going to also handle internal investigations, such as you got a complaint against someone, are you going to actually investigate it, or what is currently happening now when if a complaint gets launched, nothing's going to happen?
Working with a police DA, yourselves, LSJ, and have almost like I want to make sure that LSJ are, we have the kind of engagement with you guys that you can come and observe or go out on patrol with command and witness officers' conduct on scenes. If an officer, if a complaint has been lodged, that you guys oversee and are informed, and even if you are involved with some of the questioning, we need to make sure that complaints aren't just stamped out or kind of swept under the rug, because otherwise it just breeds negative and toxic behaviors across. So I have in mind that not necessarily like an audit kind of force, but LSJ being in and just seeing overall how officers conduct themselves.
Yeah, because obviously, if I see someone doing something very bad, I'm going to. I won't be hesitating. It'll be straight to command.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Because I'm sick of hearing reports of people mag dumping down people.
If that happens, a person should lose their job.
Yes.
The person should be sacked. If someone has incapacitated has then been riddled with bullets, the person who's discharging their firearm should be sacked.
I've had multiple times of people shooting someone, they go down, and then the person is continuously shot again.
Yeah, as I said, they should be sacked. But you know, I'm not sure that rules of engagement, in terms of what the firearms officers or what the armed officers actually operate by, have the discipline to actually stop firing a firearm. Myself and another firearms officer were involved in a raid last night. Suspect threw his hands up, and I just called for a ceasefire. We didn't need to put him down on the ground. He surrendered. Or we got him detained. We made sure that medical was provided to him. We got him in cuffs. So those types of standards that we are looking to ingrain in officers to be mindful of.
Yeah. Right, someone I want to talk to you about, as I didn't get to speak to you earlier.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Have I answered all of your questions?
Yeah.
I have one little question.
Go, fire away.
What's your thought on petty crime?
Petty crime?
Yeah.
Reform programs. Why are they doing the crimes, and are they struggling to make men ends eat? Or I don't fucking remember the phrasing, but you know what I mean. If they're struggling to get money in their pocket to feed themselves, then why can't we then just look to employ them with local businesses and kind of just reform them?
Oh,
Make an honest living.
What you could do looking at is people could hand over their guns for a certain amount, for a certain price.
Mm-hmm. We've kind of managed that in
I believe
tonight.
that's called a gun drive.
Yeah, whatever that is.
That could go for anything, right? Anything illegal.
Yeah.
We've done it in the past for knives, like for blade and blunt objects. Any blade articles, people hand them in and they get a small token, like monetary value. So there's still value that we can use the budget for and utilize the PD spending and offer back out to the community to get stuff off the street.
The main thing about the petty crime was, for instance, illegal parking. I see a lot of illegal parking happening outside of this courthouse, quite a lot. And some officers even do so. They park in bus bays, they park in red zones. What's your thoughts on those?
So I, again, look to work directly with RTP, road traffic policing, and see whether we can kind of, just, again, it's the behaviours of PD officers, right? They can't just park anywhere just because they're police. So we stamping that out. And then it would also be to make sure that they're on top of people parking illegally and writing tickets and such. It's just making sure that we can cover the procedures that we need to ensure that the city's cleaner.
No, that's everything for my questions.
Thank you.
I don't know if he wants to talk to you for anything else.
He made off in haste, so I'm not too sure if he's just dashed off to go and do something else.
He's been doing that quite a lot today.
Right. Must have a busy evening. If that's all further, we'll go back on.
Yep.
Buford.
I said about the bus stop is because they've literally parked in a bus stop. I want to see if they face palm because they've parked in a bus stop.
Well, everyone else kept saying now that uniform's minging, so I don't want to change that.
They've literally.
Yeah, no, honestly, I just switched the pulses booster the little mods are still on.
Parking on a bus stop. I brought it up because they've literally parked on a bus stop. Oh, and the candidate has now left. head to the courtroom. If anything happened in the courtroom.
Today you had Saints and FC, I think it is, in cells. Were they questioned by Soko?
I don't know, I wasn't here.
No, they weren't. And the other night you had Authority in cells. Were they questioned by Soko? No. And 6 days ago I was kidnapped at gunpoint by LC, and was I questioned? No, I was not. Have warrants been put out for their arrest? No, they have not. So it's just interesting.
I
Trying to figure out what you
restaurant.
lot do.
Things that are interesting.
Yeah, I'm currently doing
Yeah,
some
I'm trying to figure out what you lot
questioning
actually
at the minute.
do.
If you just give me like a couple minutes.
We do our jobs.
No,
Best we can.
that's the point. I don't really think you are. That's the bit that worries me. It's the bit that scares me. How's that therefore harmless?
Come on, you're next.
Good. So I don't actually think you're implicated. Nor do I think Delta 2 is, or this Delta officer, or another Delta officer. But I do think you're fucked now. In that you don't want to do.
In what way?
In that you've got 2 members above you in command that are covered in corruption, and you don't know what to do about it. So you're waiting for someone else to do something about it. And annoyingly for everyone, that person has now had to be me. I don't enjoy this either. People think I revel in it. This man here thinks I revel in it. I
Well, we
don't
know
revel
you're
in it.
enjoying bringing Delta 1, trying to bring Delta 1 down.
I'm actually not. But no one's asked me that question, obviously, because it's too difficult. Am I a little bit smug? Yeah. Am I enjoying it? Not really. I'm getting very little joy out of making people's lives a misery.
You've literally just stood outside of Davis and said, you are happy that Delta 1 is being brought
I mean,
to
am I
justice."
happy? Am I happy that someone who's corrupt at the core of PD, who accused me of a crime that he's now guilty of committing, could use his admission on that stand? I mean, yeah. Again, only one of us out of me and him are going to be charged with this crime of giving guns back from evidence back to OCGs. The crime he tried to get me on. Interesting. Only 2 of us had access to that locker, apparently. Only 2 of us. And he threw it on me and made sure I couldn't stay in PD and I couldn't be a lawyer, so I couldn't prosecute. And all I had to do was resign. And luckily for him, I did. If his case was that strong, he'd have prosecuted. I know I would have done. In fact, you've seen me do it.
Sounds quite personal.
What by him? I know, weird, isn't it?
No, I'm same from you.
I mean, I remember the facts. I'm not sure it's personal.
Okay.
I remember what happened. I mean, the saddest bit is I put Delta 2 where he is. Then again, that wasn't Delta 1. Reasons like this. Reality is Delta 1's had no one to answer to. Lardwell fucked off. Harper's non-existent. So's Marston. And you're not going to go to fucking Montella. Delta 1's definitely not going to.
Well, why wouldn't we go to Montella? He's your boy, isn't he?
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, that's one of the reasons probably why you wouldn't go to him. But the other reason is that he's a superintendent and Delta 1's a chief super, so he wouldn't. He was also Montella's boss. So it just feels a little uncomfortable, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, because he transferred over when...
He did. And in fact, no one was more angry at Montella at that point than me.
Why
I
was
was
that?
livid. Because he left
because he
Soka in the
jumped ship?
shit. He down tools massively in Soka and jumped ship at the same time that 1, 4, and 5 left as well.
I was going to say in fact, 3/4 of the command team.
Yeah,
all
Montella
jumped
fucked me
ship at
over
the same time.
Montella fucked me over far more than Delta 2 did. But am I enjoying this? No. Was it the job I was given? Yeah.
Are you going to tell me who gave you the job yet?
Lardwell.
So how come you wouldn't tell me the other day when I asked?
Because he's about to be a new commissioner and it doesn't matter what job he gave me.
So here's a question for you. Who would you want as the new commissioner?
Barrett's mint. Because then after a couple of months, I could take it off him again.
Okay, let me reword my question. Out of the 3 candidates, who would you want as the new commissioner?
Very good question. Delta 10 you needed in there.
No comment.
So boring.
Although I spoke to all 3 of them today. Thing is, I could give you an answer, but then
Sorry,
but
I'll do it.
Owens, can I have something?
that's probably not a good idea for me to answer it. To the point where I'm actually abstaining from a decision. I'm letting LSJ figure out for themselves. I want no part of who becomes the next commissioner, I'll be honest.
Oh, so you're saying your opinion will sway?
Alright, I'll tell you what, there's 2 people that have offered me Delta 1 if they get it, and I don't want to work for either of them.
Because from everything I'm hearing, it's a vote. It's got nothing to do with LSG.
No, they get a vote.
Man, then, are you?
LSJ get 1 vote. We don't get a vote individually.
And I'm not going to suggest a name. I don't, to a degree, I actually don't care.
I think they're all valid candidates.
Why, who do you want?
Me.
Sure.
I'm a Barrett man.
You're a Barrett man.
Indeed.
Fair enough.
Even though Barrett lied to the other people about there even being the debate today.
Yeah, that is a lie.
He didn't lie, he put it on Birdie, but he didn't actually inform them that they had to be there. I'm not sure Birdie's the best way of getting it across.
All 3 of them did know it was going on.
Yeah, was there an announcement put in the PD emails about it? So how was anyone expected to turn up?
I know for a fact everybody was told.
Oh.
I was
In
told
here.
yesterday.
So everyone being told and it being put publicly out somewhere. It's not the same thing, but still. I mean, Barrett's one of the people that would make me Delta 1, so I must want him to win, right? No, thank you. Again, I'm not really bothered. If you'd offer him me after he become commissioner, maybe I'll think about it. We'll see if he gets it, I guess.
See, the few times that we've spoke recently, you've always had a bit of a grumble about people not asking you questions.
Yeah, right. Cool.
But then when we ask you questions, you never just give an answer.
I mean, you want me to say Marshall, don't you? Because it's Marshall. Okay, fine. I'll give you the answer. Alex Marshall. I'd want Alex Marshall.
Okay.
But I'm not going to be putting that name forward.
Mhm.
I think Mr. Marston isn't around enough. And I think Mr. Barrett does it for himself rather than other people. I've worked with all 3 of them, some of which for 10 months. So there's your answer. I'd want Alex Marshall. So I think genuinely you'd give a shit about everybody else.
Opinion.
Well, we'll be finding out tomorrow when we get to the job. Or we'll be putting votes forward, and then I'm guessing it'll either be counted and announced that night or the following day.
I don't think they'll wait around too long.
Oh, that was some quick chat, wasn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, you're the least important.
Thanks, Jack. Much appreciated.
Still on good terms, yeah.
I literally, it was, yeah. I won't go into it. Anyways, I'm going. I'm not waiting around for this.
Yeah,
I was going to say, we've all been done, so.
I can ask.
Right.
15, do you want to come with?
Where are you off to?
20, you want to stay?
That's what Owens is going to check now.
Okay, we'll
Who is this, by the way?
I'm Richard Stroker.
Stroker. Oh, nice to meet you, mate. Delta
Hoping to
15.
become a DA.
Yeah, you're all good to go.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
See you later.
See you later. Interesting. Interesting. There's nothing really more to do. What is Richard doing? Forget my. What is that? I'm clipping that. That's just funny. Right. What was I gonna do? Gibbs. Not capital. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna shred this paper. I'm gonna shred the barrel document. You okay?
Just waiting for the judge.
Yeah, I think he's just finishing up. What's your thoughts on the DA? Not the DA, the commissioner.
Commissioner. I'm torn between obviously what Barrett did. It does not sit well with me. Because as a commissioner, your first action is being dishonest. So for me, it's obviously between the other two.
Yeah.
So it's either or. One's already out.
Yeah, I'm about to go shred Barrett's slip that he gave me.
Yeah. I will say though, I feel like obviously I missed a good portion of Marston's conversation, but I feel like I really cannot pick between Marshall or Marston. Because I feel like Marshall will be good. But obviously the point is, yes, he is unarmed, and obviously there's certain concerns with that. Marston can be a little bit like too rough sometimes, I suppose.
Well, he basically wants to break everything to try and fix it, and I don't think that's gonna help. It's more of a long-term plan than something that could help from day one.
Yeah, but the issue is nothing's gonna help day one. The
Yeah.
only thing that all of them agree upon day one is to obviously certify everyone for at least a class 1.
Apart from Martian, he doesn't want to do the class 1 thing. Apart from the possibility of getting it.
Marshall still wants to do it.
Oh,
He still wants to do it.
Interesting. Well, he didn't say that in the when he was there.
Okay, wait, correction. Did you which did you say?
Mr. Romanov.
Are you okay?
The bold one.
Oh, Marston.
Yeah.
He wants to avoid it. He wants
Yeah.
to avoid it, but he also will probably do that as well.
Well, he wants to turn it into they could possibly be certified. Anyone can be certified, but not straight off the bat.
Yeah. But obviously, like, you cannot remove guns without having guns, so it's
Although
because you cannot fix PD within a day.
Marshall did
And the
come
thing
up with
is-
an idea of doing a gun drive. People to get the guns off the street, possibly get a payment for it.
That's not gonna help too much. people who have the guns have the money as well. So.
Yeah, if you take the gun off them, you pay them for the gun, and then they just buy another gun with that money.
Mm.
But yeah, I think that'll be the judge all clear now. I'm gonna go shred this piece of paper. Actively shreds. It's one of those that no matter what, who becomes commissioner, there's going to be things.
I judge to look for his fucking locker, do I? Oh gosh, I can't remember.
I mean, I probably would, because you need a warrant, probably.
It's on police site, surely. It's not a personal thing.
I don't know. If I was that one and people looking to my shit, I'd want to make sure that we went through the procedure.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, not thrilled.
It just goes on and on.
Monumental waste of my 2 weeks, but that's okay. I can disappear for a bit if needs to be. Clearly people don't really want it.
I'm glad you finally found the correct place outside to smoke.
Thank you, mate. What's your name again?
I'm Richard Stroker.
Richard Stroker, that's it. Nice name. I can appreciate it.
Yeah. In your space, I believe.
Yeah, Jack.
Jack space. Apparently, did you say you used to be commissioner?
I did, yeah, for a little bit.
How did that go?
I think everybody loves to hate it.
Don't need a warrant.
Oh, well, yeah.
Right, Mr. Owens, let's rock and roll.
Yeah,
Might take the piss to find it, but let's go.
Just a quick chat.
Yeah, I've done a bit of everything in this city, Stroker. But enough about the women. Joking, of course.
Of course. Well, I'm probably going to be starting to head off in a second as well. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine for a jester. Why has he got PlayStation? What's it called? Lighting. Yeah, I'm literally just waiting to say something to the judge, and then I'll be heading off myself. Let's see who's live at the moment. That'll be able to raid after. One of them.
And then for 4 being the simple fact that then later on he was also tampering with evidence on active cases.
I'm just going to stand out here so I'm not intervening in... Musical map away. I need to talk to both of them, to be fair.
Well, unofficially.
Disable job calls in the app. Wow. Uh... Uh...
Okay.
Mr. Struck, would you like
Good
to climb
conversation,
yet?
I guess. Yeah.
If you want to go out for coffee anytime, you let me know.
How can I help?
So yeah, I've got a client, a Mr. Stephen Peckham, who wishes, well, he wishes to file a complaint with the police. Basically, he was fired without due process, and he only found out when he attempted to go on duty. He ended up talking to an officer who, a command member who rehired him. Believed to be Delta 3 that fired him. And obviously just wants to make sure people in the future don't get sacked without even paperwork being filed.
Okay, so is he looking to sue them or?
I asked him what he wants to regain from this, and he basically just wants to make sure that people in future he doesn't get any retaliation for bringing this forward, and that if people do get fired in future, that they get the due process with paperwork. He didn't even get an email.
That's fine. I'll bring it up with the new commissioner tomorrow.
Right. Yep. Thank you very
Alright.
much. Yep.
No worries. That was easier than I thought it would be.
That's all that sorted.
Very funny.
Pretty sure she's obsessed with me.
Other way around, maybe? Or...
See? Look. See that? Yeah. I'll wave back. Hopefully you saw me wave back.
Not hear it, and I'm sure I did not want to hear it.
Love you.
Anyway. We look like this world's shittest boy band.
Yeah, no direction.
You can't make that joke. It's too soon.
I was going to say, God rest his soul.
There was only one direction for him.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I really want to make a pain related. I won't. Anyway.
Just glad they didn't do a cover of when you get down and get up
leave
again.
it, Striker.
Yeah.
Leave it,
I
Striker.
think we've all gone too far here.
Leave it, Striker. But you really are a dick, aren't you, Striker? Good Lord. Anyway, what?
The four of us should probably... That's who we're giving our endorsement to.
Yeah.
No, nobody. Although I did just toss over. But I'm not endorsing anyone.
You're not endorsing who?
I'm not going to endorse anyone. I know who I want, but that's not the point.
LSG,
Really.
No, but as LSG, we've to
I know,
endorse.
but I don't want to be involved.
You don't have to, but we will be making a vote as a.
No, you do whatever you want. I'm easy.
Do you not want your opinion?
But if it's Marshall, never speak to me again. No, if it's not Marshall, never speak to me again. No, I think it's interesting. I'll give you, as an ex-commissioner, I'll give you my thoughts. I think that Marston's a good idea in theory. I think Barrett's a good idea short term, and I think the safest pair of hands is Marshall. So.
My exact thoughts as well. Barrett kind of just threw the debate on everyone, even though we knew 2 days in advance.
Yeah. Well, they did put it on Birdie on like the 1st, but they didn't know about it, and unless they follow him on Birdie and check Birdie every 5 minutes, they wouldn't have seen it. So kind of nonsense. Anyway, as the ex-commissioner, I believe in that.
And also the other individual, what I forgot his name, Marsden.
Yeah.
Judge, sorry, Judge. Have you ever been the commissioner?
Oh, no.
Just wondered.
Just a judge, you know.
He has ideas, but it sounds like he wants to break the police completely to try and fix it, which might cause more issues. So for me, it'll be Marshall.
I mean, all three of them give me issues. Really, in reality, two of them want to tackle gun
Is
crime.
Mr. Barrett coming back to see you, by the way, Angus?
Not tonight, I believe.
Oh, not with the contents of what he finds.
Potentially, I'll give him a shout and see what he says.
Sorry.
Awkwardly wait outside PD then.
Two of them want to tackle it head on. One of them wants to avoid it. None of them really made a mention of how to stop the actual crime happening in the first place. It was all we're gonna deal with it as it actively happens.
The gun crime thing, yeah, he wants to try and tackle it without giving guns to people, but he still wants to be able to make people be able to be certified to get the guns quicker.
Okay, just from a legal standpoint, I have a quick question. If I were to somehow, not gonna fully disclose it, obtain a firearms license, can I just carry a firearm on me at all times, or is there specific details to it? Because right now I'm stuck in the middle of a shootout.
Are you asking about concealed weapon permits?
I
Well,
don't think that's something
technically,
that anyone
PD
will be
has
allowed to hold
the
within the
power
city.
to grant a firearms license.
Yeah, they have the ability to do it, but it's not something we do.
Yeah, so, on a legality standpoint, I'm just, what are the regulations of that, according to the law?
There's no laws that cover it. It would be illegal firearm usage.
Would it surprise any of you to find out that I've got a gun license?
You have a gun license.
You're former
enough,
PD.
I have a gun license.
He's probably got a pilot's license and a marine license and all.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, you're former PD, so that does not surprise me.
I'm not. I have a gun license.
No, but like, I'm referring to the
The issue with the issue with offering gun licenses, there's nowhere to legally buy a firearm, so that sort of nulls it.
Yeah, agreed.
If you need me to hook you up, Angus, I will do.
Legally, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, whatever.
PD lockers.
I only do it once.
Yeah.
Do you know what I found out the other day when I was subpoenaing all the evidence? I think all lawyers have access to the evidence lockers. Sorry, what did I say?
State 5.
I'm not even joking.
No, but it's more so the situation of, yeah, I understand you cannot obtain a firearm legally. So that's, yeah. Excuse me, I have a situation.
I've just figured out you're so right. Let me get there.
Yeah.
By the way,
done what I think he's done, hasn't he?
Of course he has. Yeah, of course he has.
Give me a time limit on how quickly I can get one, then by all means, make it a challenge.
Just a quick question, Space. You know how you figured out I was right? Which MDT was it you just,
None, but I figured out the process.
Yeah. It's because we have access to the MDT, so.
So back to endorsement.
Marshall probably. Although it concerns me that both him and Barrett have firearms as their main concern. The whole point.
But it is the
city
biggest
being
concern in the city.
Yeah, I understand that, but the whole point of the city being the state it is because people are focusing primarily on that. PD leave scenes to chase a firearm rather than deal with the crime at hand. PD aren't, proactively stopping gun crime. They're
Then
just
that's something we
reactively.
discuss with them. But this would enable every officer to attend every call.
not
Then brings the concern
really,
of what they're going to do with that, though.
because there might be still some officers that don't end up getting the firearms license, and they might not be able to. They may not be willing to be on duty to go to do crimes. Or to go to, you know what I mean?
Counterproductively, it'll then empower criminals to take firearms to every crime.
Well,
Yes.
they already do. I seen an MDT the other day of gun at Evangelical.
The station, so bear with.
Yeah, but they do that at their own sort of expense, knowing, they.
To just circle back to something we talked about earlier. Mr. Gibbs doesn't know I notified you about the things. He came over to me and basically said he couldn't give a rat's arse what was gonna happen to him. He's just doing his job.
But he's not doing his job.
Exactly.
Right, so shall we vote on it, Marshall or Barrett?
My vote's for Marshall, but it's...
Yeah, my vote's Marshall.
Okay, Marshall then.
There we go.
Do you want to tweet your endorsement?
We'd need to... Actually, can we get him to come here and get a photo with him?
Yeah, of course. I'll phone him.
Watch Barrett stop investigating this for us now.
Hello, Mr. Marshall. How are we? I'm good, thank you. Yes, please. Yeah, of course. Take your
I
time.
did actually speak to the person who wants to become mayor.
Yeah, I've spoken.
No worries. Thank you so much.
The only good point is he supports very highly workable vending machines.
Yeah. My concern with him is he doesn't seem to want to listen to me about, the fact that LSG have just come in and we're trying to build ourselves.
this?
Sean Courtney.
Oh.
And he.
Did you speak to him?
Yeah. Said to me he needs to be patient and there's discussions ongoing. He can't start advertising that he's running for mayor when we haven't got a mayoral campaign in the making. It's not even a thing at the minute. I understand that. I'm just speaking to people and getting my name out there. Right, well, that's fine, but don't attach it to a campaign of.
Yeah, don't
running
say
for mayor.
I'm running for mayor.
Yeah.
If you really want to screw him over, when you do have a mayoral election,
He's got
make
criminal
it.
records, so
Yes, make the way to apply to become a mayoral candidate a way that he won't be eligible.
I don't want to screw him over. He seems like a guy that
100 days free of crime.
wants to reform himself. However, it's not just as simple as I want to be mayor, let me run. But
Yeah, it was saying about raising the wages of everyone in every business, but wages are
talking about that. You guys have. I'll read out your wages as such. It essentially means you're going to get 2 paychecks though. If you're a bailiff, you get £1,700 an hour on top of your hourly pay rate. District attorneys get the same. The paralegals will get 1.3. A lawyer will get 1.7 as well. Senior counsel gets 1.8, and then judge and chief justice get 2,000 an hour on top of their UBI. And if you're self-employed, then unlucky.
That's a you issue.
Has the invoicing system been fixed?
No. Absolutely no. Is the answer to that.
And do you so do you know you were getting your paychecks through your phone?
I still do. I get 2 paychecks, one to my phone and one through collection.
Shall we go collect? Or
I only get the collection.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know why I only get the collection side.
Did you not get a ping 29 minutes ago saying you'd got money?
Nope. Never have.
Crazy.
Interesting.
I'm guessing this is the fleet garage.
Yeah, you buy your car from here.
Oh.
From that man.
I'll probably stick to my electric vehicle.
Yeah. We can't provide electric vehicles, unfortunately. It's not something we have the capability of doing, and I have a feeling that very, very soon this vehicle will get taken off us anyway, and it'll be provided with a different one. Fortunately, I think something slipped through the world of importations, and this is actually someone's import.
No, it's not.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, Space put $500,000 in our bank account to help the fact that we weren't getting paid very much to allow me to.
But
Yeah, however, I need to pay him back, so I need to speak to the government and give us some money, or even PD at that.
So I literally only got paid 1,000.
interesting.
Yeah, out of that paycheck, I only got 1,600.
I got 1.9.
And I've not collected my paycheck since 2 weeks ago.
Interest. Break check me all you want, bitch.
Oh, apparently I did get a paycheck through my bank, but I didn't get a ping.
Yeah.
Oh. At 10 PM, I got 6,600.
Yeah. So that's the one that comes in every night.
What's that mechanic?
What I just sent you. The name of the two of them's just been made the same.
Ah, makes sense. Where's your
Oh.
fucking car wheel? Who's popped the car
Someone littered.
wheel? How long is Marshall going to be?
10, 15.
What was he doing?
Caught up in an active scene.
By the way, why was there a do not cross line earlier today? Was that someone's graffiti?
Yeah, I got on my hands and knees and removed it. Didn't want that stuff littering on my courthouse, City Hall.
Oh,
It's not
of
really a courthouse, is it? It's City Hall. It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
The
There's only one
actual
courtroom.
courthouse is that way.
There's no.
The
Can't go inside it though.
the original
Kinda-
courthouse building, yes.
Yeah. That would have multiple courtrooms, but no, we just have one and some offices.
Add some non-accessible wings of the building.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Marshall came back to talk to James before I'd parked at the bus stop. So I just kind of asked him the question, what's his thoughts on petty crime and parking violations? And he said even if they're with in the police, they have to stamp it out. So I'm hoping he gave the person a telling off, whoever drove the vehicle.
Interesting.
Can't be having police parking illegally.
Especially when there's a garage right there. That's the bit that annoys me the worst. There's a garage right there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
We might have to get some paint on the floor to show that police can park their vehicles that way.
I think they know about it. I think they're just lazy.
Yeah, probably. Anyone into the NFL?
No.
I've no clue what the NFL stands for. Well, I do, but I'm not really into it.
National Football League.
Yeah, I'm not really into it. I'm more Formula One.
Yeah, I watch that sometimes. I heard that this weekend's one was a bit of a.
Yeah, I've got it recorded on my box at home to watch.
Yeah, from what I believe, it was chaotic.
I've just watched the previous weeks in Mexico. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, I think because it was in Brazil and there was a wet track, there was a lot of qualifying issues that scuppered a few people and pushed them back on the grid, which is exciting.
Yes.
Especially. I didn't get to watch the actual race, but
Well, last week's race in Mexico, a certain someone got 20-second penalty.
who was that?
I call him Maxipad. Because when he wins, he soaks it all up. When he loses, he lets it out at everyone.
Bloody hell. Yeah. Well, I believe last week he pushed Lando off the track twice.
Yes.
Deliberately. Deliberately as well. He honestly he's gonna get someone killed. The way he drives.
Yes, that's hopefully he doesn't. And I believe it's Qatar. They're actually having a talk about the rulings,
Right.
which is in a few weeks' time.
Is that PD helicopter? Or is that a local? Because it's flying like an absolute lunatic. In
That'll be a
circles.
local.
Right.
Yeah, it's a local.
It's the one that belongs to this hospital. It's the local.
Right. This hospital will be a cool hospital to have, by the way.
Indeed.
Might cause issues with heads, though, if it's this close to City Hall. And we have been getting busy recently, so...
And if it gets fully built out.
Yeah.
Could wave to people on the top floor.
Authority doing a bobcat right now. Marshall's there, that'll be right.
I was actually looking at some plans for this building. That was
Oh yeah.
Some of them looked pretty decent, some of them not so much.
Yeah,
but the majority don't have the cells.
Yeah, that's one thing myself and McKendrick noticed as well.
We done some digging as well.
Yeah, we did. I think the better plans for building is unfortunately not this building.
Yes.
There's one I was seeing recently when if you had a lot of time on your hands and you had to do something, they've got a really good courthouse. Time to whip out the firearms license.
Is that the one that's by the beach area?
Wait,
by
which one's right?
the movie studios courthouse.
No, it's the one in here.
Oh.
However, it doesn't have cells. That's the issue. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a necessity. And it's not just we could rip out an office and stick our own in.
No, unfortunately not. I don't think the city want any new plans for any building at this point. It's not a planned building within the city at the minute. They don't want to add another city building in, you know?
Yeah, indeed. And to be fair, we're pretty close to a local business, a jewelry store, and the firehouse.
Yeah.
I spot a speeding car. Would that be Marshall? Well, whoever they are, they stopped in front of the courthouse.
Yeah. There is a building that's like.
Anybody know any construction companies
I've seen
or
the Legion.
electrical companies?
What floor?
I need one of my cameras moved because I've just had the unfortunate incident in front of my business, but the part of the entrance where it happened is not covered by the camera because my camera is pointing apparently too far out.
Is that like a mechanic job you need, or is it a genuine construction person you need that can do it in city?
Just, for the sake of roasted potatoes, I just need somebody to move the camera,
I mean, I've always wanted to venture back into business because I'm losing a lot of money at the minute. I might just open up a construction company.
Oh, that reminds me. Did you get it sorted, Angus?
Hello.
Get what sorted?
Hello.
Money in your account?
You okay?
No, I'm still waiting for some people.
Because I looked into it a little bit. It's just kind of a weird conversation.
Not
Do you
too
remember
bad.
Judge Thompson?
Yeah,
he's got 68 mil.
Take him.
Reckon Judge
Uh,
Thompson.
is he single or maybe looking for?
So Judge Thompson's got 68 mil.
Sorry, Delta 12.
Part
sorry,
of a
what were
government
you
bank
asking?
account, but
Nothing, I was
I
just
think you
checking
should have
how
access
everything
to. So if they
was.
say you can't do
Yeah.
it, I'll argue
Just
it for you.
chilling. Just chilling.
I
Spoke
might.
to some
How
people.
would I have access to that? What's it called?
Waiting on somebody to come and
Government bank
speak to us as well. Nothing.
Under what job role?
Nothing else
It might
much
be
coming
under.
up.
Well, he is a judge, but I don't know if it's a private.
Nobody's catching
I
about
don't know,
I
it's a
reckon it'll
government
be a
bank account.
private. It'll be a private one.
It says government, son. I'm not sure because it says government, so
What
I'm
was
not
he
sure.
saying, sorry?
I think you need to have some conversations there in Mr. Space.
What was he saying?
Not these days, mate. I shouldn't even really be able to say.
I don't know what he came over here to say.
It was just.
That's what I would do. I would look into
How we were? Oh,
getting
shit,
access
I
to
feel bad
that
for ignoring him,
account
but I can't
specifically.
concentrate on two things at once.
No, it's not gonna.
Well, yeah, the one
To
at
be fair, I did
Legion
mention
looks
this one
good.
teller earlier, but he doesn't do anything. So.
Objection, hearsay.
We are the DA.
I actually really need to venture into business because being a judge is I'm making a loss.
You might have some people down in your cells recently because there's just been gunshots going.
How are you making a loss as a
Bobcat
judge?
has just gone off with authority members.
Yeah, that might be also Carly. She got taken hostage in front of me.
I don't think it's authority.
And that's not what the MDT says.
Because authority, I mean, I might have just been chatting with them.
Ace Pryor is a believed suspect.
That's who I was talking to.
No, it's not authority. It's 3 other guys, and they took Carly. Well, they tried to take one of us hostage, me, Carly, or 2 of the SOCA units. But yeah, they opted up for Carly, took her on gunpoint, and then went over to the Bobcat, which I am also kind of confused because the gun they have is rusted and should
so
not
much.
even work.
Doesn't need to work, it just needs to look scary.
I've just looked at the evidence. The only reason Ace Pryor is a suspect is his car. Could easily have been stolen.
Are they doing it now?
It's happened at Sandbar.
No one here.
They're doing it now.
No, I'm at the Bobcat, there's no one here.
10 to 9 apparently. So an
Yeah,
hour
a while
and
ago.
45 minutes. Yeah.
Then where the fuck did they take Carly?
Not sure.
Sounds like you should report it to the police, haven't you?
I've had an idea.
Yeah, especially when there's 2 SOCA units in front of me. Was speaking about the different situation I've had, which is why I need my cameras moved. Yeah, and all 4 of us got held up at gunpoint.
So, I've had an idea.
Mm-hmm.
If this courthouse was to be renovated and we needed cells,
Something's happening at the FIB building.
maybe they could renovate the police station behind. Well, hold on.
There's Union.
I don't think you'd get that. Where you going?
There's a PD outside the FIB building.
Going somewhere secret for only I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
As is Warrior 1, so I don't know what's going on.
gonna go for a drive as well. I'll be on radio if you need me. Give me a shout.
Everyone's heading out and about. As a judge, or as a lawyer, I've only really gone around
Can you see it? Can you, Angus?
these.
What? How do you know that, man?
Funny, isn't it?
I'm getting that sorted as soon as I can. course.
Well, I've got nothing to do. This is the easiest way to find people, mate.
I don't know why you're laughing, McHenry. You're at it too.
Never.
Secret safe with me. You carry on.
Just being nosy.
I'm a little bit confused. What's happening?
Yeah, I tripped on the stairs. My bad.
Actually, Space. Can we have a follow-up on your question, by the way?
That sounds ominous. Sure. Where do you want to meet me?
Wherever.
Come to you. Where are you?
Oh.
Currently, Maze Bank.
Yeah, I can see.
Like Maze Bank by Arcadius.
Arcadius. I've got an office there. I'll be right there.
Arcadius it is then.
What's my number plate?
Oh, I was correct about the union. Okay, yeah.
Street art thing is bullshit. Man, you have got to send me out on more stuff, Brian.
Go for a bit of a drive, put some music on.
Pretty sure we're in the same office.
What are you doing? Go to the window.
Whoever was in charge of scene control was really bad. Whoever was in charge of scene control at the latest incident didn't do a really good job.
How so?
I basically was able to drive into the area, and then attempting to go out of the area, I then was hit by barriers. I didn't know there was an active scene until I got to barriers and saw the police. And that was me trying to leave the area. For me to turn into here, there's no... Oh, they're on the side there. Yeah, that's normally the courthouse building. Just stretching my legs, having a wander.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, you alright?
How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good to hear, man. I like your car.
Well, thank you.
Oh, good, mate. Stay safe, yeah?
You too. Are you okay there, sir?
Is that me odds, please?
Kind of course. General vehicles. The incident with the tree there. There you go, stay safe. Gotta help out people. Well, that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I'd go down, say hello to our friends at LSMS, and ended up driving into a crime scene. And then had to help someone who had crashed into a tree.
Oh, peeps.
I believe that's what the new kids call a skill issue.
It would seem like it.
How are you finding your role as a DA?
Interesting.
Getting all the information needed with police?
In terms of what?
Well, filling out the MBTs and being able to prosecute.
Of course they're not. But I just downgrade the charges now.
Yeah, definitely getting rid of the gang v gang shooting is going to be a lot more.
I mean,
because that's just one charge. Like,
yeah.
You're not charging them for the guns, you're not charging for this, that and the other.
What PD need to understand is it's my decision as prosecutor what I prosecute. They can charge for anything they want.
Of course.
So if they charge for, as long as it's a downgrade, so if they charge for possession of a firearm but there's no firearm on them over scene but they had photos of them using it, I would downgrade to criminal use.
Yes. Same if you're obviously positive GSR. But
yeah,
no firearms.
of course. Like, they just need to get used to the new laws. I don't think it's fully embedded in them yet.
Indeed. But even the base things of like littering and illegal parking, as long as they're all done correctly and people actually chase those,
Yeah,
it
the,
can help
the issue,
get rid of
the
them.
issue with the littering thing is there's no public bins.
Whoa.
Which is an issue.
That is interesting.
I mean, to be fair, we just got a blooming bin the other day.
Well, we could use a shredder, but that's not really the best thing.
No.
Does
But
that
even
mean that does a business not have a bin for rotten food?
Yes, they do.
So why is there not bins?
I don't know. Probably caused too many headaches.
Possibly. But if you were to walk up to like the big bins businesses use, I'm sure you
No.
could look into them.
You can search the dumpsters, but you can't put stuff in them.
Oh, that's probably it.
Yeah.
To be fair, even if there was public bins, it would be an issue. Because people still wouldn't use them.
Mhm.
And for the parking, yes, some people would have issues because of contacts.
Mhm.
But it still should be, parking for certain areas should still be.
Oh, absolutely.
That's why I found it funny when Marshall pulled up with whoever was driving and parked in the bus bay. Didn't realise there was so many more locals come to the city.
Mhm. And the wildlife, have you been up Leto or anything recently?
Surprisingly, I've never left the city. Came off the furthest south I've been was the airport when I arrived, and the furthest north I've been would probably be the bank behind the building. I've not really had the necessity to go anywhere else. Oh no, I went up to what's that dusty place called?
Sandy?
Yes, the police station there for a case. Which never ended up getting to a docket or anything.
That's unfortunate.
I don't even know if that gentleman's still on tag. I believe it's like one of the first cases I ever took.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Raymond Smith.
Ah, he's not on tag.
Oh, that's good.
I had Delta 8 investigate and tag was removed.
One of those where things just happen and falls through the cracks.
Yep.
It did look like a very busy scene though when I drove past.
Did it?
They had ambulances there, they had at least 2 tents put up, they had the helicopter flying around.
Jesus.
And yet they forgot to cordon off one road that leads directly to it.
Jeez, oh.
Have you been able to keep out of the hospital since I went away ill?
Yes, thankfully.
Oh, that's very good. Kind of turned into a nightly routine.
Yes, it did.
The only department I've not actually talked to is the fire department. I've met people in
here.
Yeah, I've met people in the hospital, met people in the police. Oh, sorry, no, I have. My memory goes sometimes. I think I met two people, but they were off duty. Whoa, that sounded pretty close.
It did.
A shot's fired and then look who swaggers up.
To be fair, I did see him park before the shot went off.
It could have just been a backfire.
It could have been. What was that sigh for, Jack? What's the matter?
No, nothing. This is where I sleep.
Oh, is it? Is it?
It's where I live. Yeah.
Yeah, in the vending machines.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Good night.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Of course.
That's
he,
the
of course he
second one.
wakes up for that.
Is that is someone in court?
No.
Sweet Jesus!
I never know with these locals. If shot goes off that way, they run this way. If shot goes off that way, they run the same way.
No.
That's my police instincts. I was commissioner once, you know.
Oh, really?
Let's hope it stays once. Don't know how much he'll brag if he becomes a commissioner a second time. I think that's gonna have to be me as well for the night.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just hoping Alex will be here by now.
Yeah, it was a, like I say, very big scene, so
Mhm.
they'll be busy for a while. I'll be back on duty Wednesday, I believe.
No worries. Enjoy a few days off.
You them.
Take care.
Here's lighter raid. Liv's live, so let's go raid Liv. I don't. Hopefully, she won't be going the offline soon. She has been live nearly enough as long as me, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, I will next be live on Wednesday. Oh no, I'll be next live Tuesday for Trucking Tuesday.